Okay. Oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Grace, confirming that we're live. Okay. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome. If you're joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, please sign up through the Google form link and also linked on the meeting agenda. If you're here to testify in person, please sign up on the sheet in the hallway. We can begin. I will hand it over to Phil.
Good morning. My name is Phil Ahrens, Acting President of the Public Design Commission. Please note that Commissioner Martin is participating remotely because she has COVID and is allowed by the governor's executive order in order to protect the health of others, staff, commissioners. She can attend remotely. We will now begin the public meeting with the consent agenda, items number 28175. And 28177 to 28198. Item 28180 is withdrawn, and Commissioner Tisch is recused from item 28175. Are there any other recusals to note? Let the record show there are no other recusals. I'll now call for the vote. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda. Lori? Deborah?
Approval.
Manuel? Susan?
Approval.
Meryl's not here yet. Mary?
Approval.
And I vote to approve all as well. Let the record show that the items on the consent agenda are approved unanimously. We will now commence the public hearing portion of the meeting. The first item is number 28199, the preliminary review of the construction of Engine Company 287, 86-53 Grand Avenue in Elmhurst, Queens. Per our standard procedure, the applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. You can now proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Irma. I'm from the fire department, and I'm joined with Yumi and Bryn Marie of Ronette Riley Architects. And we're here.
Can the presenters please speak up so we can hear the participants on Zoom can hear more clearly? Thank you.
Is the mic on? Okay, so I was saying that I'm Irma from the fire department, and I'm joined with Bryn Marie and Yumi from Ronette Riley Architects, and we're here to present Engine 287, new building.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Our firehouse is located in the Elmhurst neighborhood of Queens, which, as you may know, is a thriving, dynamic, and very diverse neighborhood in New York City. Our south-facing lot, which is our site, is on a triangular block bound by Queens Boulevard to the north and Main Street and Grand Avenues.
Adjacent to and behind the existing building are two lots owned by related entities on which the owners intend to build a 7-story building.
The existing firehouse from 1918 has been destabilized by the adjacent excavation. And our proposal is to reconstruct a new firehouse in the same location to meet the current needs of a double company plus battalion, so that the FDNY can continue to serve the neighborhood and the community at large. We do intend to salvage undamaged plaques on the exterior as well as memorabilia from the interior of the firehouse, and to display these in the entry vestibule of the new building. As you can see, the neighborhood feels distinctly more residential and small and mid-scale towards the south and west, and begins to feel more commercial and busy facing west, east, and north towards Queens Boulevard. The subway stop is across Queens Boulevard, where Grand Avenue becomes Broadway. And there are also larger scale developments like Queens Place and Queens City Center malls around the corner. Most of the time, you would perceive the firehouse obliquely, but there is one nice long view down Seabury Street, which runs perpendicular to Grand Avenue, you can see here. There's also kitty corner from our site, a public school, seen to the left. And from most of the time from Queens Boulevard, you would not be able to perceive our building. You see it on the left through the currently empty lot at the rear. Again, this is a view from the sidewalk. And then here you see, looking west, you see more residential apartments and mid-scale housing, and then you begin to see more retail towards the east.
During the excavation for their proposed new building in 2020, the fire station sustained significant amount of damage from the foundation through all the floors and through to the parapet. On the lot behind the station, the executed shoring for the adjacent building did not match the excavation design that was approved by the DOB. And soil was lost with the rains from our property and undermined the building. And on the lot next to the station's foundation was fully exposed and unsupported while they were building their own foundations. During that time, one of the station's foundation beams was compromised and can no longer support the weight of the apparatus, the latter being 80,000 pounds and the engine 20,000 pounds. And with the apparatus driving in and out of the building multiple times a day, movement was observed. And for that reason, the structural engineer of record for the adjacent lots gave a professional recommendation to immediately remove the apparatus from the building. So the building, our fire station, is currently safe for the members, but it cannot support the load of the apparatus.
Did the FDNY receive compensation for this damage from the developer next door?
It's a good question, not yet, but we have served litigation papers.
Good, because a $36 million.
Absolutely, I am with you on that, yes. Our legal team plus the law department for the city have reached out to them for the litigation. And the feasibility of repairing the 100-plus-year-old fire station was analyzed and it was deemed not possible. And for that reason, we are here today with our new design.
So the existing building spanned the entire property line, was a two-story building, as we said, built in the early part of the 20th century for the fire department at the needs at the time. Our proposed building has 5-story massing, responds to the desired program, zoning parameters, and interior infill lot conditions specific to this site and this time of the 21st century. The massing studies, rather than go the full length of the property, we have a 15-foot rear yard setback. We have a 20-foot second floor terrace setback, and we have a 5th floor front setback. Here, as we show the plans, we are building this for 2 companies and 1 battalion, 72 officers assigned to this station. It's a complicated program building to current standards and policies. One of the most complicated elements is that we are fitting 3 vehicles, apparatus vehicles, side by side with 1 egress at each side. Another important element is that we have been separating this apparatus area with the floors above and the decon showers in the rear. Upper floors include offices and quiet rooms. We have terraces, as we said, on the second floor and the fifth floor. The elevations, rear and front, the south elevation has windows for the offices and quiet rooms. And in the rear, we are trying to have transom lights to bring light into the rear depths of the station.
Our design intent was to create a civic building that straddled both the residential and commercial neighborhood. The south exposure main facade, which is the most visible part of the firehouse, has three main elements. They're the red, the apparatus doors and public entry, which are clad in signature FDNY red metal. Then there's an implied vertical bay where the stairs and elevator are behind, clad in dark manganese iron spot brick with a flagpole. This is a gentle nod to the modest stair tower that is across kitty corner from our site, PS 211. And then there's a third element, which is a large square with featuring decorative sort of features and deep fins that was intended to be legible from down Seabury Street as well as from further, that we hope can provide solar control, some privacy to the occupied spaces of the firehouse, as well as shadow and light play and rhythm to the facade. This square is punctuated at the base with a red metal marquee-like fascia, which will also house the lighting for the pin-mounted signage indicating the vehicles or the apparatus below. One of our challenges was to create a building that evoked an enduring presence that felt solid and grounded and met the ground robustly, but we were faced with a situation where the grade level facade is really all openings. So we feel that the dark color of the manganese iron spot brick does that, as well as contrasting well with the red of the apparatus and door openings. And we hope that the larger square is an urban formal gesture that can be sort of legible from further, as well as provide a more ephemeral experience as people move along the building. Our building, in addition to what was explained for the front facade, is being designed to lead gold standards with efficient building systems, a tight envelope, and on some of the exterior setbacks and roofs, feature some sustainable features like a green roof, solar tubes for daylighting, solar thermal panels, which will provide all of the domestic hot water heating for the building. And as much as possible, we wanted to provide exterior spaces that, you know, serve as like spaces of wellness for the occupants of this building. And then again, these are the materials that you see in front of you. The high performance concrete, the signature FDNY red metal, the pin mounted signage, and manganese dark iron spot brick. No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Do you have time for questions, or is this the time we do it? So have you,
Don't we have to?
considered-
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we have the testimony first, then we'll have a chance.
Jenna, do we have any testimonies in person? Jenna, just wanna double check. Okay. There is no remote testimony for this. I will give my team 3 seconds to do that.
sorry, Shoshi, for the clarification. No one is signed up to testify remotely on this, but just to confirm, I see some people in the Zoom room that are not signed up for another project. Is there anyone currently on Zoom that would like to testify on this project? Okay. Sorry, confirmed, no testimony.
Okay, and there's no testimony in person, so we can open up for questions.
Commissioners, any questions, thoughts?
I'm wondering about the percent for art, if you have considered.
We didn't consider percent for art. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. So we didn't consider percent for art because of the emergency nature of this project. Because the cracks have been monitored ongoing. Every week we monitor them and there is movement, and you saw the samples of the cracks, and the apparatus cannot be stored in the building. We felt that there wasn't really enough time to consider a percent for art because of the emergency nature of the project, of the requirements of the project. Yeah.
I think that perhaps you should consider maybe a space that would in the future host an artwork or a mural or something, because there is a lot of wall space, especially around the facade, that perhaps you can consider speaking to percent for art for a future project that would be after it's done, to then have an addition of an artist's work on the facade.
Okay, that's a good idea. We can definitely consider that. The large blank side on the second exposure, it's right on the property line. So I don't know if eventually the adjacent owners will get to build their 7-story building. So we will have, that side will be entirely covered up, but certainly the fire department will look for places where we can include percent for art in the future.
We've had many presentations where they've put it in those quiet rooms, and the officers and firefighters and first responders have requested that as
Okay.
a part of the trauma that they go through on a daily basis. So I think it would be a wonderful thing to try and plan for that on the interior, if you can't on the exterior.
I took a note and we certainly will. Mhm.
Yeah, I second that. Hi, Irma. And I know, because I work with Irma on a fire station, and I think that I don't think there's a conflict of interest, no. But I think that those areas, even where, people sometimes come in and inquire, or, there's a kind of coming and going space, those are great opportunities. So if I would third that idea here, but thanks very much. And I think it's a handsome project, and good luck with getting it done quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
No, please.
Yeah, I had a question in terms of the space, the doorways, and the entry, I guess the visibility from the public to the firehouse. I know that there's a gate that will be opened up and down, but on whatever the exterior doors or facades, are they all going up? Are they all like sort of moving like a gate, or are they actual walls or doors on the side?
Well, these three here, well, this larger one and the more narrow one are for the apparatus, the overhead doors.
Okay.
This will be the main entrance, and maybe it is a little bit not clear, but it's
Right.
actually a pedestrian door, just a regular door that will have vision panels in it that will keep in line the visibility of the vision panels in the apparatus door. This door here is egress only, so it will be closed.
Okay, so my, I guess suggestion or question or proposal for you would be to consider making that door a little bit more, community friendly. Maybe perhaps the windows will mimic or can mimic the windows on the gray square area, where you can actually see the entire door. And so it seems like you're inviting the community into the space, or it's more inviting. So, because right now it's just like a red brick facade, which I understand is utilitarian with, you don't want to mess with when it goes up and down. But if there's any part of the facade that is more inviting, then, whether it be tempered glass or glass that, just so that it feels more like your community is they're part of the community and that there's an invitation to, you know, for
I
them
mean,
to
yeah, that
communicate.
was our intent. And I neglected to mention that there are transients above the apparatus force, wet lighting. And then those vision lights in the apparatus force and at the public human entry door is intended to provide visual connections as well as light into the interior. But you're saying
It's,
more-
I just feel like it's, you know, it's a little too grid, you know, and you know what I mean? If I know this neighborhood, I grew up in Elmhurst. So, you know, walking by it, it just seems like there's no public view, there's no public's, access to the firehouse. You know what I mean?
What
And
what I'm hearing from you is that maybe these are not enough.
Right.
Because this is at eye level, right?
right,
And what you're saying is that you would like to see more larger or longer
right.
visibility into and out of the station.
Absolutely. If that's possible, I'm not sure what, you know, maybe you should study what that could be. What is the possibility of
Yeah.
making it more visible to the public?
Well,
Could make that full height, those
Right.
doors. There's no reason why you couldn't, I don't think, to just distinguish it rather than to make it look like a garage door and get more, you know, that people could actually, oh, here's where I go in. I mean, I would second that.
the pedestrian door.
yeah,
Exactly.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's valid comments for us to study. Right?
This has nothing to do with our purview, but there's 72 employees who work in that building. Is that what you said?
Currently and will be in the future. It's the same, it's the ladder company, engine company, and then the battalion.
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, I would definitely ask the developer from next door for parking spaces in the parking
Yeah.
that they're gonna be making. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. 72
Yeah.
employees in that building. It should be part of your compensation package.
Right.
Yes, that we have been in my office mulling over the possibilities, but nothing is possible until the litigation goes through.
Yeah.
And that's. we
Well, I
know
hope they
that
give you parking.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
a huge expense for the city. of
It
New
is,
York
and an
Because of their
inconvenience.
error.
It is an absolute inconvenience and it affects response time and how the firefighters have been operating since 2020. It's just been one headache after another
I
and
bet.
how much time it's been occupying our office. And, you know, it's
Yeah.
just, it's a domino and I agree with you. that It's really unfair that we were put in this position. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, good work. Good luck.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? So just to summarize, just two comments from the commission. The first one, to strongly consider the addition of 1% for the arts within the building, so as not to slow you down from what's a important and time-sensitive project. And secondarily, to take another look at the entrance door, the non-vehicular door, to see if it can be made more welcoming to the community at large. Does that summarize? Excellent. Okay, so I will now take a roll call vote on item 28199. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Lori,
Approved.
Deborah,
Approve.
Manuel, approve. Susan,
Approve.
Merrill, Mary,
Approved.
and I vote in favor as well. Let the record show that the project was unanimously approved by the commission.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Moving on, the next public hearing item is number 28200. The preliminary and final review of the installation of prototypical public communication link 5G structures in residential zoning and historic districts citywide. For our standard procedure, the applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, debate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. And we'll proceed as soon as they come in. This is for Link? Oh. You don't have to. According to council, it's up to you. Is it, does anyone on the commission have a feeling? I think we're fine. Thank you, though. Okay, thank you. Welcome. You can proceed.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Brett Sykoff. I'm the Executive Director of Franchise Administration, at the Office of Technology and Innovation. This is my first time appearing for you in person, particularly since we've consolidated, or since OTI was formed, the Office of Technology and Innovation, which was a number of tech-related entities that were consolidated, formerly we were part of DoIT, applications. Here before you to present once again Link 5G. Joining me today is Nick Colvin, CEO of CityBridge, Margot Nee, General Counsel, CityBridge, Robert Sakota, President of the Wireless Division of CityBridge, Zachary Gold, Director of Cable and Broadband Franchises at OTI. Joining us via Zoom is Nicole Robinson Etienne, External Affairs at CityBridge. Just quickly before we get into the deck, don't want to repeat everything we talked about in previous presentations to you all. So I want to focus my remarks and presentation on why Link 5G is best, on why Link 5G cannot help bridge the digital divide without the ability to site in residential zoning districts and in historic districts. So Link 5G will bring communities of all types free public Wi-Fi, period. In addition, it'll also provide 5G coverage to mobile subscribers to the wireless networks like AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. You'll recall that the design of Link 5G was approved for commercial manufacturing and commercial overlay districts, and back in June. Since receiving PDC approval, the team has been hard at work identifying locations that will meet that siting criteria and also help bridge the digital divide. So we're here today seeking PDC approval to allow Link 5Gs to be sited in resident zoning districts, subject to OTI's extensive siting criteria, and in historic districts, subject to the prior review and approval of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. So just to move things along, I'll turn it over to Nick to go through the CityBridge presentation, which includes material that was prepared, sourced, and commissioned by CityBridge.
Thank you, Brett. Doesn't seem to be advancing. Oh. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brett, and thank you, commissioners, for having us back today. And it's so nice to finally see you all in person. This, I think, our fourth visit to you over the last year. We're so happy to be here today to talk about the urgent need to deploy Link 5G in residential zones. When we met in December, you asked us to return with data supporting the need and demand for Link 5G in residential areas. We return today with that data, including the results of 2 independent studies that we commissioned. We're going to talk about 3 things mainly. First, the results of that study and what we found, our progress to date deploying Link 5G, and what it means to deploy in residents and historic districts. And first, you all requested a brief update on our efforts supporting cultural programming and digital literacy. And to that end, we have, as you know, I think, begun opening gigabit centers in partnership with local community groups who provide this programming, including one in Manhattan at Silicon Harlem, one in the Bronx at the Andrew Friedman Home, 2 that will open shortly in Brooklyn and Queens, and 1 in Staten Island soon thereafter. You've heard us talk a lot about the equitable deployment mandate that was part of the restructuring of the program last year, but what is the equitable deployment mandate and what do residence zones have to do with it? So the mandate is that 90% of the next 2,000 Link NYC kiosks must be deployed above 96th Street and in the outer boroughs of Manhattan, including 13 targeted community districts that have minimum deployment quantities. 70% or over 70% of those areas are residentially zoned, and 9 out of 10 New Yorkers live in these residence zones. And the vast majority of New Yorkers who rely solely on their mobile data plan to connect to the internet live in these areas. When you think about Link NYC and the digital divide, most people think about the free services that we provide, the free Wi-Fi, the free telecommunications, phone calling, including for the deaf and hard of hearing, government, social services, device charging. And if you look during the pandemic, when the lockdowns began and commuters and tourists virtually disappeared from the streets of New York, they also disappeared from our Wi-Fi network. But what we saw was that demand for data on the network actually increased in those areas that are targeted by this expansion. So, the free services are critical and absolutely essential for those that rely on them. But the digital divide isn't just about people that have internet and people that don't have internet. It's also about people who have access or poor quality of access or lack of options to access the internet. And so as important as those free services are, just as important is the upgraded 5G cellular service and the fiber infrastructure that comes along with the Link 5G for the vast majority of New Yorkers that pay for service. The results of our survey found that in these areas targeted for expansion, you see many more people who rely solely on their mobile data plan or who rely on their data plan for access inside their home. You saw that they also rely on free public Wi-Fi when they're outside of their home. And they report greater incidence of poor service quality in their homes and are more reliant on prepaid limited data plans and run out of data on a monthly basis. The HRNI study that we commissioned looked at the economic impact that Link 5G would have on residential zones. And it found that these areas that are targeted for expansion have suffered from a lack of investment of telecommunications infrastructure and is home for historically marginalized populations. We've also heard from leaders of public, nonprofit, and private sectors about the urgent need for these services to be deployed. And we've heard from New Yorkers who overwhelmingly support the design of Link 5G and the services that it brings with it. Just to recap that design quickly, and as a reminder, we can't deploy, or we can only deploy Link 5G without ad screens in resident zones. And that along with the wireless infrastructure that comes a fiber backbone below the streets, fiber that can and will be used to provide better in-home and business broadband services. The HRNA study found that the vast majority of investment in fiber infrastructure has been concentrated below 96th Street in Manhattan, which is why the Link 5G expansion has been targeted above 96th Street and into the outer boroughs to bring additional fiber investment to those areas. As you know, we can't today deploy in residence areas, and what that means is we can't deploy near NYCHA facilities. And we wanted to share a couple of NYCHA facilities where we're currently proposing to deploy Link 5G, which can't be deployed without residential approval, and the impact that the Link 5G can have on the cellular service coverage on those campuses. So first, the Stapleton houses in Staten Island. On the left, you see the current cellular service coverage. And on the right, you see the projected service coverage if we're able to deploy Link 5G in residential zones. On the left, nearly no coverage on the campus. On the right, almost the entire campus covered and much of it with excellent service. And that is even more evident when you look at the Baisley Park houses in Queens. So since we received your preliminary approval in December of last year, we've been hard at work developing and manufacturing the Link 5G. And with your final approval in June, we installed our first Link 5Gs and went live with the very first one in Morris Heights in the Bronx. We had an event that was well attended with Mayor Adams, CTO Frazier, and Assemblywoman Tapia, who represents that area, giving remarks. And we wanted to show you a few renderings of what Link 5G would look like in residential zones if it's deployed. And first, a look at a location in Brooklyn, another in the Bronx, and then a couple of more in Brooklyn. And we'll turn our attention now to historic districts. So I want to emphasize that every single Link 5G that's proposed to be deployed in a historic district must be reviewed and approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We don't anticipate deploying many, if any, Link 5G in historic districts, but they are all subject to the approval of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. So we wanted to show a couple of the few sites we could find in historic districts that might be candidates for deployment based on the current siting criteria, to show you what that might look like. First, in Fort Greene, outside of a schoolyard, and next to a dense co-op development in the Clinton Hill Historic District. And now this site is in Queens 12, which is an equity district, meaning there's a minimum number of sites we must deploy. We're actually deploying Link 5G just a few blocks away down Linden Boulevard. But this site, which is adjacent to a bus stop and across the street from a VA hospital, also happens to be in a residence and historic district, and so would not be eligible for deployment at all without your approval today. And then, of course, it would still be subject to landmarks preservation approval. And at your request, we provide a look at what one might look like in Greenwich Village. We looked long and hard, and there's actually very few sites in Greenwich Village that would be eligible based on siting criteria. This is one of those few sites, and so it's provided at your request. So just to recap really quickly, the siting criteria, the extensive siting criteria that are currently in place to govern Link 5G's deployment in the city. Every single site must be reviewed and approved by OTI, and every Link 5G proposed for deployment in a residential district is subject to further review by the borough presidents and the community boards that represent those areas. There may be no more than one Link 5G per block on either side of the street, and no closer than 200 feet to another link. There are also myriad additional rules that govern the siting to ensure clear sidewalks, ADA accessibility, compliance with all other department and agency regulations like Parks Department, LPC, as we said, as well as public safety. But thank you again for allowing us to present to you today, and we're happy to answer any questions that remain.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. If the presentation is done, we'll hear public testimony, the first in person and then Zoom testimony. Is there anyone here?
My understanding is nobody has signed up in person. However, Rebecca, there are several remotely. Please confirm.
Yes, we have about 15 people signed up remotely, so I can begin to go through the list. Just as a reminder, so I'll go through the list of testimony in the order that folks signed up. I'll call your name and unmute you. Please announce who you are and who you're speaking on behalf of, and keep your testimony to 3 minutes. At the end of the list, if I have not called your name, please raise your hand, either wave on video or raise on Zoom, and I will call you as an additional number after going through the list. So the first I have is Victoria Lambert. I've requested to unmute. Please accept and begin your testimony.
Hi. Members of the Public Design Commission, my name is Victoria Lambert. I'm co-founder and chief revenue officer at Zenfine Networks, the fiber and wireless infrastructure partner to City Bridge. I'm testifying today in support of residential and historic deployment of Link 5G. As the underlying provider for the first phase of Link NYC, we provided the fiber to nearly 2,000 kiosk locations. That fiber has been used by large institutions like the Museum of Modern Art, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and the New York State Education and Research Network. It has also been used by both large and small carriers alike to deliver wired and wireless communications across New York. Fiber is important to these carriers because they need it to deliver reliable, fast internet to people's homes and businesses. As we expand Link 5G to residential areas, we will actively solicit the use of our fiber infrastructure to support as many uses as possible. This could mean connections to affordable housing developments, NYCHA, community institutions such as hospitals and libraries. For example, right now we're working with a partner in Jamaica, Queens, and the South Bronx. This partner will use the Link fiber to provide internet to small businesses and is looking to expand it to residential buildings nearby. As Link NYC extends into new neighborhoods, it unlocks additional fiber choice for internet service providers, which is important because it means more internet providers can offer in-home internet to areas that don't currently have it. We are like the road and internet providers are like the cars. Without companies like ours building fiber, the internet providers can't deliver service. Building fiber is time consuming and it's expensive. And without Link 5G as the anchor, we could not justify the cost to expand nearly 1 million feet of new fiber across the city. In addition to the new fiber infrastructure, Link 5G will bring additional cellular service options to residential communities. Like real estate, our business model hinges on the sharing of assets by multiple carriers. And Link 5G is the first structure in New York City that will be able to accommodate Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, Dish, and countless other carriers like Cricket and Mint Mobile, all from a single location. Our mission is to bring as many carriers as possible onto the structure, which means the neighborhoods that receive Link 5G will ultimately have the best service with the most choice for mobile communications. We're very proud of our role in Link NYC and believe installation of Link kiosks will help improve internet access across the city. Without today's approval, residential areas will miss out on expanded fiber access, improved wireless connectivity, and the ability to attract choice and enable competition. We hope you'll help us expand internet access by approving deployment of Link 5G kiosks in residential and historic districts. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Geraldine Rodriguez. I've requested the unmute. Please accept and begin your testimony.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Geraldine Rodriguez, and I am the CEO at the Knowledge House, a workforce development nonprofit providing New York City low-income residents with technology job training. Today, I asked the PDC to approve the residential deployment of Link 5G. As a resident and entrepreneur in the Bronx, I have seen many residents in my community benefit from the Link NYC program. Link NYC provides free high-speed Wi-Fi along with access to city services and other benefits at no cost to taxpayers. More deployment of internet access tools like Link NYC, especially in equity districts that are broadband deserts, contributes to closing the digital divide. In my neighborhood, community members can plug their devices to the Link NYC kiosk to access power, information, and the internet. I myself have benefited directly from the Link NYC program. The Knowledge House was able to provide our job training and youth development programs via the Link NYC kiosk, resulting in us receiving over 750 applications to our programs. There are many benefits to the Link NYC program, and Link 5G will expand the program so that more New Yorkers working and studying remotely can access essential and affordable internet and access to information. We urge the PDC to approve the residential deployment to close the digital divide in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, I have Clayton Banks, who I do not see on Zoom. Is Clayton Banks logged in on another name? Okay, next I have Walter Pier. Excuse me if I mispronounce. Walter, please accept the unmute and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Walter Pier. I am the director of the Andrew Freeman Home and also a VP at Mid-Bronx Senior Citizens Council. I'm here today to support City Bridge and the expansion of 5G, Link and 5G, because it is providing a direct benefit to supportive services that the Andrew Freeman Home has, as well as Mid-Bronx Senior Citizens Council. The Andrew Freeman Home currently is building a media center, has an incubator, workforce development, as well as an interdisciplinary residency. 5G has been an important and integral process, a part of this process, as we are able to transfer data to all of these programmatic elements, as well as link and communicate and market with the surrounding community. Also, our facility, the Andrew Freeman Home, is one of the gigabyte centers that was chosen. As a result, we have an increased volume of people using internet Wi-Fi service within the building itself on the first floor. The services on the first floor include community service, volunteer service, workforce training service, supporting of outside organizations with various educational programs, digital and non-digital. So we have experienced an improvement through this structure that has been provided by City Bridge. We also, as being a part of Mid-Bronx Senior Citizens Council, have 28 other buildings that are low income and senior buildings. So this expansion would provide a direct, immediate impact to the community that we serve. We would be able to better and more effectively communicate with our residents, provide better programming, and provided in time, real needed services when there are emergency with our seniors. So we very much support and feel that it is necessary that this expansion into residential and historic districts happen. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of City Bridge.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Michelle Gall. Please accept the request to unmute and begin your testimony.
Hello, good morning. My name is Michelle Gall, and I am the founder and executive director of Digital Girl Inc. We are a STEM program that is dedicated to empowering inner city youth, particularly girls, to pursue careers and studies in science, technology, engineering, and math. And I'm here today to urge you to support the expansion of the Link 5G program into residential communities to help close the remaining digital divide in New York City. The current crisis accelerated the need for digital transformation in our economy, particularly in historically underserved communities across the city. Access to reliable high-speed Wi-Fi and internet access via this vital public infrastructure is critical to boosting economic growth, preserving public safety, improving educational outcomes, expanding employment opportunities, and advancing local innovation in the present day and far into the future. In 2021, as part of the Year of 5G, the city announced the Linked 5G program. Link 5G will help replace digital inequality with digital equality in a number of ways. To begin, the Link 5G solution provides the necessary infrastructure to expand fiber optic infrastructure to areas of the city that have traditionally been served by only one or two or sometimes zero carriers. Moreover, the Link's 5G kiosk provides super fast Wi-Fi along with access to free calls, accessibility services, and information regarding local businesses and services. Just like Digital Girl Inc., we were fortunate enough to be able to promote our programs on the Link's 5G kiosks as well. And we've gotten so much publicity and so many more people signing up for this program that did not know about us before. 1 million households, nearly 1/3 of the city's residents, don't have home internet subscription. By bringing affordable connectivity to a majority of NYCHA residents with options to further scale affordable broadband to all neighborhoods citywide, we will be that much closer to bridging the digital divide. Here in Central Brooklyn, residents' internet connections can be slow with frequent interruptions. This is especially the case when we have multiple users accessing the same network. Right now, I'm actually using the hotspot on my phone because it is more reliable than my internet service. Many times when teaching computer science classes, we're unable to maintain a steady internet connection, making it extremely difficult to provide thorough instruction. Having access to 5G technology will keep students engaged, allowing them to learn better and more efficiently. Furthermore, nearly 20% of Central Brooklyn lacks access to internet at home, and the impact is grave. We are living in a time when job applications are found online, and without the internet at home, school performance is limited. Digital Girl Inc. provides remote classes, yet some students must come into our computer lab as they do not have internet access at home. And the only other option
Sorry
is
to interrupt. You've reached 3 minutes. If you could wrap up, you don't have to end right now, but just if you could wrap up your last sentence.
Sure.
Thank you.
For one of our workforce development programs, we have a parent of 4 children who must bring her kids to class with her sometimes due to lack of efficient internet access at home. We're proud to be doing our part in bridging the digital divide, but we can't do it alone, and we really hope you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Amir Bey. I do not see them on Zoom. Amir Bey, if you are here, please either raise your hand or turn your camera on. Okay, next we have Jesus Martinez, whom I also do not see on Zoom. If you are here, can you please turn your camera on or raise your hand? Next, we have Sean Corsandi, who I see. Please accept the request to.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee remains concerned about the continual cluttering of our streetscapes. Many of our initial qualms from our December 13th, 2021 testimony remain unaddressed, as do the concerns shared by you, the Commissioners. As we said in December, these kiosks are already large and obtrusive. Yet with the applicants, if you give a mouse a cookie model, Link will undoubtedly be asking for their glass of milk, napkin, and broom in short moment. Sure, something nearly 4 times the size may add additional services, but the deal on the table is not only a foreign design, but a full bait and switch. And this is just Gen 2, a few years after the initial deployment. Imagine the ask in years to come. You, the Commissioners, shared our concerns about advertising in residential historic districts. This seems to be the only provision the applicant has clarified. It is a start. You, the Commissioners, shared our concerns about height. As we said in December, New York City has some of the tallest buildings in the hemisphere. If height is a factor driving design, it's time to work with landlords, and as cell phone companies have been doing since the Motorola engineer Martin Cooper made his first cell phone call from 6th Avenue at 53rd Street in April of 1973, 45 years ago. This option remains ignored. You, the Commissioners, recognize the incongruity of these devices in scale, material, and detail toward Bishop Crook line streets. Yet in the past 8 months, all the applicant can truly do is add clip art to a slideshow and insist upon the urgency of their proposal. Your input has been ignored and no other solutions are offered. This inflexibility seeks to railroad the Commission. Today's proposal offers no further thought to design nor to consideration of the public, just a steadfast fixation on Link's own third-party contracts and a path of least resistance. Their best justification is to offer distracting noise about equity. Plainly put, there are a multitude of other solutions that can achieve the technological sophistication desired should they attempt the design sophistication we desire. We reiterate, landmarks make up less than 5% of New York City, and those in residential historic districts are less than 3% of the built landscape. A fraction are on our side streets. On this point, we agree with the applicant. The field is inequitable, so accommodations should be made. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee urges the Public Design Commission to consider the cookie. If you deem that these towers are even necessary, we continue to urge your resolution to include language that the structures do not invade our existing historic district side streets without further design consideration. There's no need for this giveaway. We hope we will not be here in another 5 years for something that, if it continues at this rate, will be over 12 stories in height, and we are again inevitably offered a must-do scenario under the veil of equity. As they currently tower over us, these poles are not innovative, sustainable civic structures, and they do not improve the public realm. They do not suit your own mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Candace Laurie. I will note David Rivera. I see your hand raised. I'll get to, I'll call you on you after I go through the list that I have on my sign-up sheet currently. So please stay on and keep your hand raised. Candace Laurie.
Everyone, I am speaking on behalf of Arva Rice, President and CEO of New York Urban League. Members of the Public Design Commission, on behalf of New York Urban League and the communities we endeavor to support, we respectfully urge you to immediately approve residential deployment of Link 5G. At New York Urban League, we believe inequality is unacceptable. Lack of access to broadband makes it harder for the city's most vulnerable people to access work, education, telehealth, mental health support, and the kind of training that might enable them to obtain a living wage. As you heard, according to New York City Chief Technology Officer in 2020, 30% of New York City households do not have a broadband internet subscription. Approximately 18% of all New Yorkers, more than 1.5 million people, have neither a mobile internet connection nor access to Wi-Fi. These households and individuals are far more likely to be economically disadvantaged and or from minority communities. In today's world, this is an unacceptable level of digital inequality in our city. Link 5G is an opportunity to begin addressing the digital divide in conjunction with other important projects. I am pleased that the city is requiring the Link NYC franchise City Bridge to prioritize deployment of new and improved Link 5G kiosks in social equity districts that overwhelmingly constitute our city's broadband deserts. However, deployment in commercial and manufacturing districts is not enough, as over 90% of New Yorkers live in residential zoned areas. Therefore, it is so critical for the PDC to approve residential deployment without delay. In addition to free Wi-Fi, access to social services, and other benefits of the kiosks themselves, the new round of deployment will enable the program will lay over 1 million feet of new neutral broadband fiber throughout the New York City area. This will open a world of opportunity to the providers to tap that fiber for connections to residential buildings, affordable housing, NYCHA facilities, as you heard, libraries, and so on. The long-term implications of this are enormous for bringing improved and lower cost services to our communities. I therefore respectfully urge the PDC to approve residential deployment of Link 5G. Our cities and our communities cannot wait. On behalf of Arva Rice, President and CEO of New York Urban League, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Ryan Psyche. Apologies for the pronunciation. Please request to accept to unmute and begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. Dear honorable members of the Public Design Committee, my name is Ryan Theek. I'm speaking on behalf of Find Help, and today I urge you to approve residential deployment of Link 5G. Find Help, which powers findhelp.org, is a service that is designed to connect people with local nonprofits offering social services, while also supporting organizations with tools that help them provide the best level of service to the community. Find Help is the leading referral platform for social services in the United States, currently serving the biggest cities and the smallest towns. In partnership with Find Help, Link NYC launched a banner on its tablets providing access to local services through the findhelp.org platform. This service is free and anonymous for all users on the Link 5G towers, and there are currently more than 3,500 programs, such as temporary shelters and food pantries, that are accessible on Link NYC. During the pandemic alone, our campaign was accessed over 165,000 times, with over a third of all of those searches relating to a food or housing insecurity. Unfortunately, many of New Yorkers who could benefit the most from access to these services live in residential areas that have not been approved for the deployment by the Public Design Committee. And as such, we sincerely hope that the committee will act quickly to ensure that Link 5G kiosks, complete with our Find Help platform, can be deployed in these areas, particularly in social equity districts across New York City as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Alan Levy, whom I do not see on Zoom. Alan Levy, if you're in attendance, please raise your hand or turn on video.
I'll be speaking on behalf.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Denblaker, Vice President of Business Development for Skywire Networks. Reading a testimony on behalf of Alan Levy, CEO and founder of Skywire Networks. Good morning. My name is Alan Levy, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Skywire Networks. We're a telecommunications provider of enterprise broadband and unified communication services to business and residential customers in Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and the Bronx. We've connected over 1,500 buildings in more than 50 neighborhoods across the city and work with both commercial and residential building owners to improve internet connectivity to their tenants. In 2020, we were awarded Workstream 3 from the Universal Broadband Solicitation RFP to provide improved connectivity to NYCHA properties and other New York City owned buildings. We have worked closely with the Department of IT and the City of New York to provide alternative connectivity options for more New Yorkers. Because of our unique role in the New York City telecommunications industry, we see firsthand some of the challenges in delivering improved connectivity to our residents. One of these hurdles is the lack of available, competitive fiber infrastructure across all 5 boroughs. Even though we utilize fixed wireless technology to provide last mile connectivity to end user buildings, our service does require fiber backhaul nearby to our distribution hubs. In many cases, however, there are limited options for fiber in most residential New York City neighborhoods. In our view, one of the benefits of the expanded Link 5G program is a significant amount of fiber which would be built to support wireless carriers like us in those residential neighborhoods where we have a presence, as well as many other neighborhoods in the outer boroughs. Since the Link New York City program passes 200 NYCHA campuses across the city today, we believe that Zenfi's fiber infrastructure can be leveraged by companies like ours to help improve services to these facilities. We strongly urge the PDC to expand adoption of these structures into residential areas. Sincerely, Alan Levy.
Thank you. If you could please remute. And then next on the list is Julian Klein. Please accept the unmute and you may begin your testimony.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. My name is Julian Klein. I'm the head of policy at Tech NYC. Tech NYC is a nonprofit member-based organization that has been made up of as many as 800 technology companies in New York. Our membership includes some of the largest and most innovative tech companies in the world, as well as hundreds of small and growing startups. We are committed to supporting New York's economic recovery and to ensuring that all New Yorkers can benefit from innovation. Tech NYC and our members work with government and community partners to foster a dynamic ecosystem so that New York remains the best place in the country to start and grow a technology company. Access to public high-speed internet and seamless connection to free social services is a huge benefit for New Yorkers that Link NYC has provided and expanded upon since 2016. Link NYC recently began rolling out its new design of public Wi-Fi kiosks, which continue to offer free Wi-Fi device charging, phone calls, 911 calls, access to city services, and now 5th generation cellular network connectivity, aka 5G. This new design will enable the Link NYC program to continue and expand into the New York City communities that need it most, outside of Manhattan's core, with at least 2,100 new kiosks to be installed through 2025. Link NYC has already connected over 10 million users to free Wi-Fi at no cost to city taxpayers, and that number will only increase because of the new kiosk designs and additional sites. The new designs and 5G technology also allow for a longer Wi-Fi range, allowing users, including nearby residents at home, to connect to public Wi-Fi at up to 1,000 feet away. We believe that residential deployment of Link 5G is critical to providing additional internet options for New Yorkers and to ensuring New York City remains competitive as a global hub for technology. We know that during COVID, 30% of free Wi-Fi users reported no other means of accessing broadband. And according to the city's internet master plan, 29% of households lack internet access, with 18% of city residents lacking both home-based and mobile broadband access. The new Link NYC kiosks will enable more people to access their free Wi-Fi throughout the city and will also speed New York City's efforts to implement 5G technology through a cutting-edge multi-provider design. Strong 5G infrastructure will help New York City to keep pace with evolving technology, allow us to remain competitive with cities throughout the world for jobs, foster innovation, and promote the highest quality of life possible for all New Yorkers. Tech NYC supports Link NYC's new design and the request to continue expansion throughout
You've reached your 3 minutes.
Across the
Please
5.
conclude your last sentence.
Thank you. We respectfully urge PDC to approve residential deployment of Link 5G without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Kevin Alexander. Please accept the request to unmute and begin your testimony.
Good morning. Again, my name is Kevin Alexander, and I am the president and CEO of Rockaway Development and Revitalization Corporation, located in Far Rockaway, Queens. The purpose of my testimony is to express my organization's support of the expansion of the Link 5G program into digitally distressed residential areas of New York City. The Rockaways, in particular, areas such as Far Rockaway, Auburn, and Edgemere, where there are a large number of public housing campuses and high concentration of low moderate income families, makes it difficult for them to access critical information, resources, educational services, and training remotely because of the limited access to secure high-speed broadband in their homes and in safe places around their homes. My statement is supported by what we experience and continue to experience during the COVID-19 pandemic. That includes persons not having technology to learn beyond basic smartphone and limited broadband access in the home or areas around their home. The last impression I want to leave you with are the horror stories that my staff relayed about a number of students, our students, high school students, enrolled in one or more of our after school and summer programs. How they would have to wait until their younger siblings completed their assignments because the internet strength of signal was not strong enough for multiple users to access simultaneously. Having to travel to find better strength of signal, such as hotspots outside of the library after hours. Also going and looking for hotspots in the dark and cold to complete assignments. And even to coming to my offices late nights and weekends to get assignments done. Imagine how you would feel as a parent, grandparent, aunt, uncle, or someone you know and love sitting in cold, damp, rainy, and unsafe places just because they didn't have adequate access in the home or safe place. RDRC greatly supports the expansion of the Link 5G into residential areas. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, I have Jessica Toledano. Please accept the request to unmute and begin your testimony.
Hi, I'm Jessica Toledano. I'm the Executive Director of FYI. We are a New York-based nonprofit media agency that works with hundreds of nonprofits, both here in New York and across the nation, to help give them access to low-cost advertising services, both here in New York and around the country. Link NYC has been our closest and most generous partner, both here in New York and around the nation. Media vendors are in a $285 billion industry, and nonprofits make 2% of that industry. And most of the nonprofits that are able to advertise are large institutions like hospitals and arts institutions. And many of, I would say not many, all of the small nonprofits are only able to advertise with free and donated media service. Link NYC has given the nonprofits that we work with access to be able to share their information and donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to help these nonprofits get their information, some of it critical, like United Health Plan recently that just did a campaign with us about domestic partner violence that they gave them for free citywide. And that's just one example of the many that they're generous. We do support democratizing information, and we feel that Link NYC is an example and a leader in this space, both here in New York and across the nation, and we support their expansion so that we can give more people around New York and this country more access to information that's vital and important to their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes those who have signed up. Eddie Mark was also signed up, but I do not see them here on Zoom. Is Eddie Mark here? No. Next, David Rivera. I know you are not signed up, but I saw your hand raised earlier. Would you like to testify? If so, please accept the request to unmute.
Sure.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay. Good morning, Commission. Actually, my name is Jesus Martinez. For some reason, I got bypassed on the list. I was written down to testify. Again, Jesus Martinez. I'm a small business owner in Manhattan, Martinez Cigars. And as a lifelong citizen of New York City, I have lived in Manhattan, the Bronx, and now I currently reside in Forest Hills, Queens. Access to wireless service is imperative to my daily life. Our business has been in the same location since 1974 on 29th Street of 7th Avenue in Manhattan. while our customer can use our Wi-Fi when there are problems which happen often, we connect to a Link NYC kiosk, which is about 50 feet away from our store on the corner of 29th and 7th. This is very useful for our clients to enjoy our product. They can also place order online. In addition, we use a messenger service that receive orders and make deliveries throughout the 5 boroughs. Wi-Fi calling is useful, and the promise of having Link 5G with better cellular service will be much better. We deliver from a private apartment, store, commercial office, and during COVID, we have become more and more dependent on wire technology, both for mobile and wireless. These type of technologies help our community. And as a kid, I was taught that your community gets better, is better for your business. Being in the neighborhood since 1974, we do everything from helping out with the homeless, cleaning our streets, shoveling snow, and provide a great product. We think about community. We will encourage the Public Design Commission to do the same. We don't believe that Link 5G is the answer to all our wireless access issues, but it's a great start with little to no cost to the community. I asked, how can we include your member of the committee way to provide all community member access to free public Wi-Fi with the promise of better self-service as well. Last, we have spent some time speaking with members of City Bridge. We understand your concern and appreciate it. I hope you do the same with those I represent. My parents, they immigrated here since the 60s, and he started the business and I continue his legacy. Please join me in supporting and approving the Link 5G platform in residential area. I believe it's not only beneficial to my business and our customer, but also my neighbor in Queens, my own neighborhood in the Bronx and Manhattan. As a small shop business owner, I represent the small guy, and he makes the community better while supporting their family.
Just to interrupt, you've reached 3 minutes. Please wrap up your last couple sentences.
Yeah, please, let's make it happen. And thank you for listening to me today. Please take my thought and needs into your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the folks I have signed up on our Google Sheet to testify. Is there anyone else in attendance whom I have not called who would like to speak on the project? If so, please either turn on your video and raise your hand, or raise your hand using the Zoom feature. Okay, I do not see anyone raising their hand. That concludes testimony for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Commissioners, any questions, thoughts?
Sorry, the mic, please.
It's just a comment. All of the speakers spoke to, can you hear me? I'm sorry. All the speakers spoke to the urgency of the need, right? I don't think there's any question about the urgency of the need. So the question before us is what? I'm just not clear. Of the design, which is why we're the design commission, right? Okay. So what are the implications here? It's just not clear to me what we're taking up today, what decisions need to be made. No one needs to prove to me, after the work that's been done in trying to hook kids up to schools, that this is urgent. I just don't know what our impact should be. Certainly, we don't want to block it. What do we want to do?
I mean, we can hear from other commissioners. I mean, I think the issue, there's no question about the need, and there's no question about the urgency for the need. And I think there would be no question in anybody's mind if this were a continuation of the terrific Link New York City kiosks that have been done and part of our streetscape that we approved. and notwithstanding some comments of others, could be put in any residential area if the franchisees so chose. The question from our point of view is the trade-off between the lower part of the pole, which delivers wonderfully free Wi-Fi to people within the immediate vicinity of that kiosk, and is fiber-driven, which is a huge, understandably large investment for the expansion. And then I guess it's our understanding that it is from, say, foot 6 or 7 to foot 32, right? The top of the pole that's now part of that is driving the ability to fuel the expansion for the much needed. So I think that's what we're discussing, is that particular trade-off between those two elements. And I open it up for people's views on that.
I agree with you, and I think that that's not the term. The issue is not understanding that there is an equity problem in the city. That's absolutely true. I think every commissioner here understands that. That's not what's on the table. What's on the table for me, or my question for you, is that we have already approved certain aspects of the design for a commercial space. Right now, you're asking for us to quicken the process for you so that we can approve for residential areas. My understanding is that there has not been enough time for enough of these to actually study the impact. That's number one. So you're asking us to speed up what the information and the knowledge when we don't have enough information and knowledge to approve something. The other thing is that I think it's what is being told to the public is that everyone's going to have free Wi-Fi, which is understandably, to me, that's really inaccurate. So we're not giving NYCHA housing residents free Wi-Fi. They will still have to sign up for Spectrum or whatever vendor they want to get their Wi-Fi in their homes. I understand that in this project, if we do support certain aspects of it, is to give the city the infrastructure, the underground lines, to have access to more people so that more people can have Wi-Fi. My problem is that this design, because it is still early in your own process of design, these are very huge mechanical equipment structures that are not the prettiest to look at. And I know that doesn't seem like it's important, but actually, because of the way that the city is run, and because I value every neighborhood, and I want to make sure that, you know, certain districts don't get the initial sort of least efficient, least attractive product, and then later on, when there is a time to execute a more narrow, sleeker, more attractive, industrially designed piece, that then other districts that have that knowledge and that money will get the prettier ones. That is something I don't think that we're willing to do as the design commission, because we understand that it takes time to understand you know, the technology, but also the future design and how everything will get streamlined eventually. I mean, if we're talking about offering free Wi-Fi, why not partner with agencies or city-owned agency buildings like libraries, hospitals, post office, parks, where they already have structures, and maybe put something on top of those structures, so that then, because it's already a city-owned building, then it would be in the contract, or as a default, maybe give free Wi-Fi to those vastly important structures that are about keeping the city running efficiently, like hospitals, like post office. I mean, I'm not sure what the future will hold for these agency buildings or structures. I hope they don't in the future start privatizing them, because then what ends up happening is then the people who live in those places like NYCHA or the hospitals or the schools will end up having to pay for that instead of having it, they're gonna have to absorb the cost of that. So those small sort of future questions are what is pending in my mind as commissioner. And because of those questions are not answered, and I understand that perhaps because it's a tech company in contract with the city, you're considering your bottom line in terms of what you will get in returns. But for the city, it is our purview and it is important for us to make sure that the city benefits without any district or any community member having to pay for whatever urgency or quick problem solving or patchwork that we're doing just to cover ourselves now. We have to consider the future. We have to make sure that we're planning this accordingly, whether it benefits the tech company or not. We have to benefit the city and the community.
For my part, I think some of the images or renderings that are shown, I think when some of the images or renderings are shown, those images with kind of like more space around the tower, like a larger sidewalk, taller buildings, the design is more modernist or post 1950. I think aesthetically it's, on the edge of being acceptable, I think, because the kind of, larger buildings and structures around it, absorb the kind of scale of it. I think when you show like the Greenwich Village example, I think that's, to me, it's really hard to approve that. And, not only because it's an historic district, but it's because of the scale. The street is narrow, the buildings are not tall. And so you would find this, type, I think, in many of the neighborhoods that you're talking about. So I feel like that one is very like hard to accept. And then I think one thing that's still a little bit hard to grasp is how this works because it's part of a patchwork of, towers, right? So there's like the shroud, there are other things as well. So the shroud is like very large, but it's on top of like cobras and other lampposts, so it's a little bit less intrusive. So that's, I think, something that's still a little bit difficult to understand. And so those are the kind of questions that I have too. I mean, I have actually seen, 5G where it's not regulated, and it's true, this is comparatively a much better solution, but I think it's just the density of the space around a tower is very, I think that's very dependent on whether, for me, to approve or not. I think the last thing too is like on our vote, I feel like there's a lot to consider. And, I think, of course, the equity, et cetera, that's all very convincing. And I think we're all convinced by that. I'm not sure that it's a one-to-one relationship between this specific program and that need. So I think there are other things to also consider too. And I'm wondering if it's possible if we can vote to table to consider. I'm not sure if other commissioners would vote to do that, but if that's a possibility to vote in that way, is that possible to do? We have that option.
We certainly have the legal option, of course. Lori?
I just want to make sure that anyone in the public here in the room realizes that this commission is in agreement, complete agreement about the digital divide and the equity issues that were so movingly brought up by so many of the testifiers today. And I want to thank them for coming along and saying how much of an impact they feel this has already had on their organizations because of Link NYC. But I also do agree with my co-commissioners that these structures are so massive and will have such a massive impact on residential areas, particularly. They belong on a highway or an airport. I mean, they're just absolutely massive. And I am not ready to accept that that is the best solution for design for residential areas. I'd like to know more. I'd like to see alternatives. I understand that there are alternatives. I agree with my commissioner, Mary Valverde, about the idea that this does not mean you're going to get Wi-Fi for free. And I just think that's a misconception that's going along with how we were presented with most of this today.
Both. There clearly is Wi-Fi for free adjacent to the structures, which is terrific. Yeah, if
But
you're,
it's certainly not saying that, I mean, nowhere are they saying that people are getting access for free.
That's what they're saying. That's what's being said. That they're gonna get Wi-Fi.
Let me just see if I can get this straight. Are there other urban settings who have looked at these installations? Is it okay if I take my mask off for a second? Other urban settings who have looked at these installations in residential communities, who have a different structure that has worked more in an aesthetically pleasing way? Because I think that's what we're asking for, is options, right? We're asking, right, that there's no miscommunication about what's being provided, A, and that we see. So what's the answer? Who else has done it?
May I address, so thank you all so much for your presentation. So I just want to be clear that there is no singular solution to bridging. Anybody can tell you that is being disingenuous. There is. The city is doing a number of things. This is just one initiative.
You mind speaking up to the folks on Zoom?
Sure,
Sorry to
sorry.
interrupt.
So there are a number of initiatives that we're working on, including delivering home broadband into folks who need it the most, into their apartments, into their homes. This is just one, this combination with our pole top franchise, the 5G shrouds that you guys have approved over the years. So just to be clear, one solution, that's that. The structure itself being 32 feet high is equivalent to the size of a streetlight pole. Not trying to, equate it to a streetlight pole. So correct, 32
For
street.
those asking, apologies for interrupting again. For those speaking at the mic at the table, if there's a question, can you please speak into the mic for those on Zoom?
I think she was talking about the commissioners.
Oh, if you turn that on, is the third reading?
You want it on? There you go.
You want it on?
So yes, certainly, I'm sorry. Streetlight poles are at around 30 to 35 feet tall. This is 32 feet in height. Equivalent to the mobile telecom pole top installations, of which there are about 7,500 throughout the city. So respectfully, Commissioner, when you mentioned, have we done our data and research to see how the impact on the communities, there's no question since 2004 or 5, when the first pole top installations were going up, they are extremely effective at providing the cell phone coverage that these Link 5Gs will also, just as we go towards 5G, it's only exacerbated by the need for 5G service. So 7,500 installations over 15 years, it's worked pretty well, and we continue to see more and more deployment requests. What Link 5G does, it will reduce the reliance just on pole top installation. So now you'll have a singular design that's obviously been reviewed a number of times here, where all the carriers can utilize and consolidate their equipment into one structure instead of having a pole top installation on every corner within every community. You'll have one structure that can serve a relatively large coverage area. And I should also point out, there's only talking about 2,000 installations here. And I say only, I totally respect the fact that that's a big number, but in the city our size, it's a relatively small number. So combine that with the fact that the various other initiatives that we're really excited to talk about in the coming, that doesn't involve street installation. So we probably we'll be coming back to this body for it, but delivering folks service right into their homes. And to your point, Commissioner, yes, we're talking about free Wi-Fi. The kiosks, the existing kiosks, the new ones will have free Wi-Fi from it. To get onto the 5G service, you would have to be a paid subscriber to AT&T, Verizon. Yes, and even the prepaid services. Yes.
Is there any city, large urban setting with neighborhoods that has an installation in residential areas that we could see as a choice? Or is this our only choice? And if we say this is our only choice, how long before, what's the delay? I've been involved in processes where delay is for years in a lot of neighborhoods. So I don't think that's where we want to go. But certainly someone else has done this in residential settings. Who are those applicable?
Well, I'll let the City Bridge team talk to any other multi-tenant designs like Link 5G, but again, I'd refer you back to the mobile telecom. We have thousands of the pole top installations that are relatively similar in scale. They're only providing coverage to one carrier. Again, they achieve the same height, a very similar diameter. And we've been doing these for well over a decade. But in terms of multi-tenant solution in other cities.
So we can share pictures with the commissioners. We did in prior presentations. There are other pole top and pole like, no, it's okay. It's been a year, so. Okay, so sorry. So we shared in earlier presentations when we were working through the design and actually modified the design based on your feedback. We looked at several other, I think we had in the slides 12, we've looked at dozens of other installation types. And none of them have the same combination of aesthetic shrouding around the radios to conceal all the wires and the cables and the different types of radios, because there are many different types. And also the number of carriers on one pole. So there were a few that had a shroud, but they were just one carrier supported, and they were about the same size as Link 5G. There were others that supported multiple carriers, but they had wires and boxes sticking out all over them, and they were also about the same size, if not a little bit taller. So we appreciate your feedback on the design, and we think that we've, working with Antenna, our design partners, worked really hard at shrink wrapping this to the most compact that it can be, while supporting the amount of infrastructure in one location. Brett mentioned 2,000. Just to point out, we would need 6,000 to 10,000 pole top installations to support the same number of radios that we can support in 2,000 Link 5G structures, which is a lot more in terms of stuff on the street, tearing up the street, and all of that.
Well, I think also, Meryl, there isn't really a comparable city to New York in the United States.
I can't, Zoom can't hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Make it green.
God, I flew into Phoenix and I was visiting public housing that were adjacent to youth programs, youth centers, and educational programs. And this issue came up. And I was in residential areas. And the connectivity there, because I asked the question, was not a problem. So I'm just curious how other cities handle it. I know that Phoenix is not a small center. I just want to see what else is done. The thing that frightens me is delay. I've just watched so much public policy over 25 years that has said, well, we're not going to teach math, or we're not going to teach algebra because the books aren't ready, or the this isn't ready, or the that isn't ready. And you go through generations of people who just have no access. I want to see what an alternative is. I want to understand the capacity content of delaying to create the perfect estate. And I want to make sure that what we're saying is truthful and honorable to the public, because we're voting on this yes or no. And I don't want people to come back and say, that Public Design Commission, all they did was focus on the aesthetics, and they left these people sitting without access for another 5 years. That's not what we want. We're just asking reasonable questions in a time frame that have real answers in a time frame, and then we make a decision based on all the information.
And Commissioner, thank you so much for that. And in terms of the
You really want to thank me? You want to hit me?
No, I appreciate it. We really sincerely appreciate the feedback. We always have. We think we have a great relationship with this body. In terms of the delay, since subsequent to receiving the approval back in June, the City Bridge team has been installing these at commercial sites, obviously where they're limited to commercial and manufacturing in the dozens. Nick would have the number. So we have seen, this desire to get them out as soon as possible, which is why we don't want to wait anymore for residential. There is this screaming need. We don't have to touch on it again. We've talked about the equity, but there's this loud demand from the public to get residential. And every week, every month that goes by, as we, conduct the analysis, which we know are going to result in this structure meeting the demand and helping to bridge that divide, we're really doing ourselves an injustice.
Have you finished all of the commercial installations yet?
No.
So then how do we, we haven't done that yet,
Can I
so.
maybe make a comment? So we actually have expended all of the commercial sites in the equity districts. So we've run out of sites there that we can deploy without residential approval, or virtually run out. There may be one or two more we can fit in. But we are running into that challenge today with the equity areas, because we are mandated to go there first and deploy a minimum number, which we won't be able to reach without the ability to go to residential.
Yeah, and just to underscore that point, so those 13 equity districts that we talked about, where Nick mentioned that they identified where they could, the low-hanging fruit of those commercial districts. They just cannot meet their requirements to build, because those residential neighborhoods that have been targeted, that we've worked with the community boards to identify, are just not gonna be able to get it without the approval.
Well, I think like everyone's making the argument, and especially, Merrill, the argument for why the mayor should not cut the education budget, right? Because this is an equity issue. So to that effect, because it's a public agency, the Board of Ed or Department of Education, the hospitals, is there any way to study working with these agencies that have public buildings like CUNY, like hospitals, post office, the Parks Department, all of these other places, so that these structures could be built on city property, so that, not just the streets, but so that it's less in the lane of residential housing.
Well, certainly that's one of the objectives in identifying areas around NYCHA public housing to build out there. We saw those case studies. It will definitely penetrate there, but there's plenty of other buildings we could cite around.
I'm saying those people are not going to get free Wi-Fi anyway, but if we are really talking about equity and offering opportunities for people to get better quality Wi-Fi and services, then the importance is to get the firewire lines underneath the streets. We should reconsider like where these actual towers will be hosted, if it's on top of a building or something else, and that requires studying, and that requires more time and process. So,
if I may, just one other quick point. Along the lines of the theme of studying and doing further analysis that you all have referenced, maybe there's an opportunity to get approval for a select number of residential sites to, again, further analyze the impact, positive, negative, in between, without the complete approval. But I'm sorry. Lori?
Okay, so I echo my fellow commissioners, both the urgency of this matter and the issues of equity and respect for those who've presented, who have terrific programs that are serving, a great communities in our city. But I'm very concerned about the one design for all locations. I think it's not nuanced enough. I think that the Greenwich Village example, as was pointed out, was a completely aberrant situation. And I think we need to look closely at the residential neighborhoods. We need to look very, very closely at those. We need to look in plan. We all look at plans all the time. We need to understand the size of this thing as it sits on the sidewalk. And it's something that's designed for industrial and commercial applications, I believe. I don't believe it's been designed to be intended for application in A, historic districts, B, in a number of residential communities. And I absolutely want this to be absolutely urgent and think it's absolutely important that we do this as soon as possible. But I think we need to look more carefully at how it's been done globally, not just in Houston, where you showed us, and a couple other examples. I think that New York City is a leader in design. It's a leader in technology, and we need to lead the world in this. And I think that size of that thing is obscene.
Deborah, any comment?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank both of you for the presentation and note that I agree with my fellow commissioners on all the points made. So I want to propose, we heard from testimony from many today who urged us to approve for the urgency of the need for better connectivity in their communities. And while I couldn't agree more that as a piece of infrastructure, it's abysmal, we make trade-offs all the time in our city to make sure that we have equity and we make other choices. So I wonder if we might consider a pilot along the lines that the commissioner was suggesting for some of the communities where testimony urged us to approve, because I'm troubled by this idea that, yes, we have certain very dense and very beloved historic districts like Greenwich Village, and clearly this design would be a great burden to the feel and quality of those historic districts. In the balance, perhaps we can consider allowing a few to move forward as a kind of pilot or prototype while City Bridge comes back to us with better examples for those communities that are denser and have a kind of have not expressed need today.
Commissioner, if I may respond. So to Commissioner Martin's point, there may be an opportunity again along the lines of limiting the number of installations and doing a further analysis, a detailed analysis, and coming back to you with the results of that analysis to focus just on those equity districts, perhaps, just the locations that we've identified collectively and the independent studies have identified as being most in need of new services, which correct me if I'm wrong, may not include any historic districts, possibly the equity districts.
There's one in Queens 12, the one that we showed, and then there's I think one or two maybe in the Bronx that are very small.
But are generally not located in
Right.
districts.
And just a reminder, we can't deploy in historic districts without landmarks reviewing and approving them, which, and again, we're not asking today to deploy in a historic district specifically.
Of the equity districts, yeah, those, so.
Sorry, whoever just asked the question, can it be repeated? Folks on Zoom. Not Brett, I wasn't sure if it was Shroshi or Commissioner. We couldn't hear it on Zoom.
Should we get a map with specifics about where these possible residential areas could have a pilot program?
So we've identified the community districts themselves. The individual locations are subject to an additional analysis that I think the design.
Right, and approval from.
Ultimately
Okay,
approval,
yeah.
but identifying the specific locations will take some time because we need to, match that with the siting requirements and the franchise agreement. But we can work to identify those.
What if, are there any sort of guidelines or policies for if these pilot towers are implemented in these desert areas in certain districts that have the least amount of funding from the city? What if, a couple of years down the line, there's a better design? Or do those pilot programs get the free upgrade or without having to reach back to what is going to happen to these pilot programs if there's new technology that later on, is sleeker and more beautiful and more equitable and efficient? What happens to those pilot programs? Because I fear that in certain districts, like in many nonprofits or many agency projects where you get the pilot program and it's great and you get some data from it, but then, that community or those districts or those areas don't really benefit from what is the best possible outcome or the best design for future design in the city. So, can you speak on that?
Of course, anything we do come back to you for approval, whether it's an attachment to a pole or a new freestanding structure, obviously is subject to the requirements that the design commission may impose or any condition. So if in 5 years we come back with some other thing, a new structure, and you say all the existing Link 5Gs need to be replaced with this thing, we'll have to go ahead and do that. So that could be subject to any future conditions from
want to understand the timeline. Understand the timeline. Clearly, it's an urgent need. So if we proceed on a pilot or whatever, what is the time between approval, right, from this body and installation? Tell me what the timeline is.
Honestly, it's probably, 9 to 12 months.
9 to 12 months. Okay, wait. Okay, in my book, that's a year, right? So now, if we delay and don't go forward with pilot and wait to see other things, how do you project the timeline expanding in a realistic way?
It'll expand by at least the length of that delay, right? That the time to deploy is going to always be 9 to 12 months from when we start looking for sites.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, is there a manufactured installation that we can see that addresses the issues around residential areas? I don't want to delay everything while we're looking at discrete neighborhoods, right? So I'm just curious, are there manufactured installations that have been successful?
Oh, you mean in other cities to compare to? Oh, so I don't think that we looked specifically at ones deployed in residential areas, so we could look at that for you. But
So the answer is no, really.
Well, I'm just saying that we didn't differentiate. We were looking at all options, and that's what we brought back and shared with you. Some I'm sure were in residential areas. We just didn't select for that. So I'd have to go back and look and see what.
My soul tells me you're giving us a conundrum. Yeah.
So, it's been a robust, important discussion. Deborah put a suggestion on the table that we consider approval on a pilot basis. Did I get that right? And would you, then the suggestion was for the equity districts to be included and some concerns about that. Is that part of what you would like your proposal to be, that the pilot include the equity districts that were identified on the map?
Yes, and I think we could even say that the pilot could be only the equity districts right
Right.
now, limited as much as we want, and also take into account Mary's very important point about
The requirement that update to
Correct.
the better, if there is one, the
Yes.
update to a better poll.
Yes.
So do people want to just look quickly at those equity districts that were put up on the map, because they were very kindly put up on the map? No, I would never say that now. I would never. I might think that, but I would never say that. Gentlemen, the program and the design of the poll is driven by your desire to house and then visually conceal the use by the top of the pole of private carriers delivering pay service to immediate neighbors and neighborhoods, all of which is finally understandable, although it's taken a year and a half to get there. But I think we finally do understand that, so that's great. Do you have, since you are also kindly informed us that many individual carriers of 5G and other services are using pole-based shrouds themselves, which we have also previously approved, do you have firm commitments yet from carriers to use the space that you're kindly providing them and which you are hoping will financially fuel the extension of fiber service for the equity required by our city?
So, Rob, as a wireless division, you're probably best positioned to answer that.
My name is Rob Sakota, City Bridge as well. We are having active discussions with 2 of the wireless carriers. In fact, we have a group of sites, many of which are in these equity districts, which we are planning to submit to OTI tomorrow for review, which, assuming we have approval in residential districts, would include some in the equity community districts as well.
So from a business perspective, which is what's generating the investment necessary to bring the fiber to the base of the pole, which is critical to bring the power and fiber connectivity to the shrouded piece at the top of the pole, you believe you will have occupants in other that will use the space you're providing.
We think there's a very significant demand currently in New York for these type of spaces. And we're aware, and Brett has mentioned, currently carriers are using pole tops. Pole tops have certain, their own issues, which you've all noted, many of which are structural.
Right.
And make it a very difficult build. None of them provide free Wi-Fi the way we're doing. So,
yes,
we believe that there is going to be a significant demand to meet the needs of cellular carriers through these structures.
Okay, so I think that's helpful. So these are the equity districts. What the proposal on the table for us to vote on is that we authorize the Link 5G pole, it shouldn't be called the kiosk, right? Installation in the equity districts indicated on the map as a trial only dependent on your coming back to us with more evidence of different types of designs that might be feasible, that have been used around the world to deliver 5G service in similar urban situations. And before we approve if we do, it's universal applicability, with the understanding that we will, down the road, although we can't commit, we will require that the equity neighborhoods who have the first pole will have those poles replaced with new design poles if there are new design poles approved by this commission. Deborah, is that a fair statement of your proposal?
Yes, and I would add to that proposal that the pilot must include engagement of community leaders in the communities where the pilot is taking place to ensure that they feel that they're getting the service that they need in exchange for opening themselves to this pilot and to this blight on our urban landscape. The trade-off has to be worth it for them.
Good point.
I'm sorry.
No,
to
go
that
ahead.
point, Commissioner, every site, every proposed site, we send notification to every community board and I believe council member, keep me honest here, and borough president for their input.
Yeah, we're.
Okay.
Sorry, could you repeat that point?
I was just letting Brett know that we appreciate his response and he can respond with that information and when they come back. And because we're running 30 minutes behind, and so we really need to move ahead because I know some commissioners need to leave, so we need to vote.
So are we tabling until that information is, until they come back? Because
No, I thought the proposal of Deborah, correct me if I'm wrong, was that we would vote today on the pilot experiment of the currently designed poles in the equity districts, and there would be a comeback.
right, I was gonna ask
It's an
that.
excellent question.
We should know the amount
Yeah,
and specifically, you know.
Is this showing the amounts? And so
That's, it
65
shouldn't
are
be
in
all of
Chinatown.
them.
Brett, can you hold the mic up, please?
All right, yeah, so 739 in total have been identified in these 13 equity districts. So that's the universe that we'd be talking about.
But it says here a target installation of 30 to 40 per month.
That's just
That
an,
sounds like a good number.
that's just an,
That's in reference to the ones in the commercial districts that we've approved already. So the question now is, how many do we feel comfortable as part of the pilot? And Brett is saying there's 739. Is that correct, Brett?
Yes.
Proposed. So what's reasonable? 100? 100 trial installations in residential neighborhoods?
I don't think it should be more than that.
Okay.
Is it in one area or is it spread out? How is the trial? I'm just curious. What would you do?
It's for you to decide. I mean, I would recommend in different neighborhoods.
Yeah, they should
Yeah.
be spread out. a hundred and distributed in these, within those neighborhoods?
I think we should get a proposal of exactly where these are going to be, where the pilot is going to be. I mean, it shouldn't take more than a couple of hours to come back with exactly what we're approving. Okay? And that way, I think everyone would feel better that there was a full disclosure of fact. I, for one, don't believe that we can leave here today doing nothing, right?
And that could be a condition that is.
Okay.
Okay, let's put that as a condition. Okay, thank you all, really great conversation, but I think it's time to take the roll call vote on item 28200. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote, and this is the vote for the proposition Deborah made for a trial program, equity districts, limited, coming, right, 100 coming back to us with broader design for
With no limit on the number of polls?
no 100
With 100,
100.
yeah,
and
as a pilot, overall pilots.
and then the understanding or condition that polls will be replaced if the design changes.
Can we have that for next month's meeting?
I don't know. Can we have?
Have what? We would have the.
No, it's on them. It's on them, depending on their timing, when they can get.
We would like it
the
soon.
Information.
We don't want to hold up anything if we don't have to. So to the extent that we can get you going on this, on the pilot, great. And to the extent you can come back quickly with and convince us that this is either the best possible design, which I think will be hard, or you find a better design, which I think would be better. Doesn't matter, but we want to deal with it as quickly as we can so that there's no suggestion that we're holding up the process, as Meryl so eloquently states. Okay, all right, commissioners. Lori.
We've got those conditions.
Deborah.
I approve with noting that when the proposal comes back, and I think it should come back very quickly, it should propose, I think 100's an abstract number, so a number that makes sense that would have the right penetration across the 13 equity districts.
Okay, understood. Manuel?
Approve with the conditions stated.
Susan?
Approved with the conditions as stated.
Meryl?
Approved with everyone's thoughts.
Mary?
Approve with all conditions.
And I vote for approval with all conditions as well. I'll let the record show that this is a unanimous vote with the conditions noted. And we're excited for the city to get going. But thank you for your presentation and your time and all of the people who kindly testified eloquently on your behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, everybody that was here.
hear Zoom testimony. And with that, you can proceed and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and members of the community. It is really great to see you in 3 dimensions again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was unmuted. Phil, do you mind just repeating what you said for like 1 sentence? Nobody heard us on Zoom.
We'll now start on the public presentation of the Pier 94 studios. Please proceed.
Okay, so we have 2 brief statements before the presentation. Diana Sweetie from EDC Government Relations Group, and then Carol Rosenthal from Fried Frank. After that, Leslie Jabs from Gensler will walk you through the presentation. Thanks.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Diana Sweetie. I'm an Assistant Vice President of Government and Community Relations at the New York City Economic Development Corporation. I'm providing a statement on behalf of EDC. It is EDC's opinion that a proposed film and television studio is a compelling use that would activate and improve Pier 94 and its surrounding public spaces while creating jobs and economic activity. EDC is currently in active negotiations on an amended and restated lease to facilitate film and television production on the site. EDC shares concerns expressed by elected officials, Community Board 4, and key stakeholders regarding the delays in the redevelopment of Piers 92 and 94, and is working hard to successfully improve and activate these valuable public assets. Along with other deal points, EDC is also continuing to work with Vornado to address concerns that have been raised by Community Board 4, including traffic safety, open space, and access to the waterfront that are incorporated into the current proposal as presented today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff and everyone else who's attending. I'm here, Carol Rosenthal, a land use partner at Fried Frank, and here for the Pier 94 and Head House reuse and redevelopment project on behalf of Vornado Realty Trust. We were here virtually in February in connection with the conceptual review of the current proposal to allow studio and motion picture uses of the pier and the Head House. We're pleased to report in the meantime, there are 3 important things that have happened. The first is that we have had a number of meetings with HRPT to incorporate their comments into the public amenity in the open space.
That's the Hudson River Park Public Trust.
The Hudson River Park Public Trust.
Thank you.
Bill. Thank you. And the second is that we have had meetings with the waterfront transportation and executive committees of Community Board 4, who had some incredibly helpful specific comments and requests. And we have made most of those changes and seek to implement the amenities as soon as possible, which is another one of their requests. And finally, city planning approved the 3rd and final renewal of the 2009 special permits and authorizations for this project. So that is also in place. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn this over to Leslie to get much more fine-grained and specific. Leslie Gensler, turn this on. Hopefully this mic is working. All right. Can you hear me? So the redevelopment of Pier 94 will bring significant improvement and expansion for use of the public space around the Head House and Pier Shed buildings. In terms of the improvements that we're going to be talking about today, is going to be the opening of the Pier 94 promenade to the public for the first time, the expansion of the waterfront esplanade, addition in multiple locations of convenient seatings and tables for the public use, extension of the upland connection over to the waterfront esplanade, expansion of Clinton Cove Park landscape to the south seamlessly onto Pier 94. I think that we can see by these photographs, the current conditions that are provided at this location are not welcoming to the public. They're not available to the public for their use and enjoyment. In addition, the entrance to the property is a very congested one where you have crossing of southbound traffic that goes express to the cruise terminals and to the Intrepid Museum. You also have the Greenway bicycle pedestrian paths which have a lot of conflict as we look here to the entrance to the project. If we can all see the condition of the pier. So this redevelopment is saving the primary structure of the pier shed, completely renovating it. The head house will be rebuilt. This shows the lease line, if there is any question, so that you can see that portions of the improvements are actually happening beyond the lease area. This was the previous conceptual plan that was approved prior. And after listening to the feedback that has been received from yourselves, from HRPT, from the community board, we have gone ahead and integrated multiple changes to improve this preliminary submission, to address concerns and other things that were prominent before. One of these was the inclusion of a perimeter site fence. The fence that we see here that has been added, has a rolling gate that will open so that during daytime and operating hours for the studios, all traffic and vehicles that are coming to the facility will be coming into and kept separate from the greenway and the pedestrian and bike paths. You will notice that the only booth that sits there for security is placed away from that entrance to ensure that traffic does not get stopped up here at the crossing to the bike path. The use of primary matching, wayfinding, and sign standards for the park will be utilized to direct people to the Esplanade and to the community facilities here. There's also a comfort station, water filling. You can see from here, it's very open. The landscape will be integrated into the south end of Clinton Cove Park to match and be of a similar quality. You can see all of this is working well. The actual fence construction, the fence will be 6 foot 6 inches high, drop down from the previous 8 feet. And that will be the same height throughout the length of the perimeter. In addition, while we did study other pier fences and topologies, we selected the particular one due to its strength, especially for the large rolling openings, where some of these others are more appropriate when you just have simple gates. In terms of the actual roadway in front, this would be the stages here. This is where any temporary parking is. You have the actual southbound traffic through the site, again, safely here inboard of the fence. The existing landscaping and trees will be saved. They'll be here. There has been discussion with Hudson River Park. We have actually reduced the width of the through lane here to give more space for the bike and pedestrian paths. So we have actually increased this portion of the greenway from what it had been previously. Here you can see some of the typical language that's along the Esplanade. That would be continued. We have some of the materials that we've been looking at all along. We have made the changes that were requested to go with some of the materials changes that we'll get to on the community facility. This is a good diagram. I know it can be a little hard to read sometimes, so I'll take a little bit of time with it. Previously, and what you have existing, oops, sorry, went the wrong way. Yep, definitely going the wrong way. Sorry about that. The existing path crosses the major intersection in 2 locations. So there's an opportunity for cars to actually hit a bike or a pedestrian twice at the same intersection. So this has been improved to what we see below, where we have reconfigured the pathway and allowed then some other safety features. In addition, this is the primary crossing across from the West Side Highway. And a new city bike station is planned here to allow, again, recreational improved use for the greenway. Here you can see there's an existing sign here. Flashing lights will be added to that sign to further alert cars that there are pedestrians and bikes. This is what's called a speed table. So literally your car will hit a bit of a bump and you go up and over before you enter the site. And again, that helps to preserve and protect the pedestrians and bikes. At the other end, on the south end of the site, there's actually a stop bar, and everyone is to stop before they cross again another speed table. So these enhancements are all to help with safety. Site circulation, as I mentioned, all the vehicles are coming southbound. And what you can see here is that literally the loading dock, vehicles will come down and back up. So again, they do not cross the secondary location for the path. Oh, these are,
I'm just asking about trucks that are going to be entering and where do they come from? Because they can't come down the West Side Highway. So where, I'm just confused about where we are with that.
so West Side Highway is out here. And then you have the express service lane this is the ramp up that takes you up to the parking on top of the cruise ships. Parking or trucks that aren't coming to this facility, they end up coming down the service road and continuing down here. So you end up having multiple lanes coming in, all coming.
So the trucks do not go in through what you're going to have where you showed the fences and the gates. They don't go in that entrance.
The major trucks for loading do not go there.
But there will be trucks somehow that go through the other.
All trucks going southbound for cruise ships and others do go through.
Okay.
Through traffic still occurs. So the community amenity, we have worked with HRPT to get to the program that they have asked for. And this included the addition of a security booth that has windows here to help them monitor the park. We have enclosed the egress stairs to ensure that from a security point of view, no one can be there. Same with this egress stair that's coming down from the stage. They have their own pantry storage in addition to the comfort station and the water bottle filling station here. The ADA gain access to the outdoor terrace at this location. And this is an overhead garage style door that can open up and allow during nice weather for a full utilization of this space here for classes or other programs that they might need. As you can see, this is the upland connection, and officially the line of the park is actually up at this point. We'll get into that and talk about that a little later. This is all dedicated public space, again, the extension of the Esplanade. This shows the original versions, which had wood on the building. As has been requested, we have changed that to a galvanized metal corrugated cladding that's more in keeping with the general Pier contextual language. Again, that was before, this is after. The wood that's on the terrace actually goes all the way into the community facility. So it's a similar monolithic wood floor, indoor, outdoor, to help facilitate that. So again, this is the security booth with the thing. There'll be the park finger signs to help direct people to either the Esplanade, the Pier, the park, or the community facility. The studio entrance is over here to the side. You can see the Sunset Studio there. And this shows it in straight elevation where we can see the materiality changes that have been made in response to your comments. Yep.
Is the community room.
Correct.
Right, and then the
So you have security,
Right.
comfort. This is the flex room,
Flex room.
ADA ramp, and then. the
and then that
outdoor-
stair piece, the stair that pokes out.
The stair was here behind the screen. We've
And
added
that material that's the carbuncle on the building, the stair.
a carbuncle.
I mean, it's attached, it sticks out. It's not in
Correct.
the building, your
Correct.
stair. It's in
Correct.
the public's
Yes.
community space.
So this is a sound stage. And it's part of the egress requirements and for the building. Yeah.
And then the else is.
Yes. And then plants will grow up from the base and eventually allow for shade and other things over the esplanade area. The pier, there's really no change, very little changes from when you saw it in the conceptual design. Again, it offers shade and an opportunity out here for more passive recreation, have fishing, picnicking, read a book, enjoy, stay a little bit out of this is the office use inside for the pier. These are not sound stages here, so we're able to retain glazing and other things that help to keep for natural daylight. You can see here, it's an expansive space that actually would be quite nice. For the landscaping, there's sort of the two primary areas. I think the one thing, I know this slide might be a little difficult to read. Again, the park boundary is up here. And we have done significant regrading of this area to connect it come up to where we're flush to the park at this location and then dropping back down to meet the existing esplanade. Currently, the esplanade, there's actually a jump up of about a foot between the edge of the esplanade and that. So we've done that in order to help make this feel like a seamless experience and to make it feel that it really is part of the park. It's an extension of the park. You can see here, the plantings will be coordinated with HRPT to ensure that all of this, although it's not officially the parks, feels like it's part of the park. In addition, in response to comments, previous responses, if this were to be used for a performance musical moment, we have created an area that will be a lawn to relax and watch the activities of what's happening here in this community facility. Again, materials, standard park, we're not looking to do anything different here. And you can see all the beautiful landscape that will be added in to really create a lovely spot for the public. This includes areas like this to screen this other egress stair, also that's serving the stage in the building behind it. And these are the standard fixtures and other things that will be used. In terms of signage, we have several types. And I think that as we go through this, so we have relocated and made very much the primary sign here for the pier itself. And this welcomes you to the facility. Community facility is sitting right here. This is up high and prominent for that. The Sunset Studios logo is appropriately placed at the entrance to the studios. So there's no longer the conflict from the previous submission. In addition, the future tenant signage, typically for the studios, the way this is handled is when there's a production that wishes to advertise itself as being in the house, they will use some of their own advertising, their own things. It cannot be for anything that is not being produced in the building. So this can't be used for sort of just advertising of their station or advertising of other products. What we have proposed here is to have a gradated background that will stay in place at all times. And then as you can see, always some of it will be there to ensure that there's no blank white display frame. And then we have this special unique feature that we're developing, which is the sustainability graphic. And this, there's started to be some community outreach on this. It's intended to include, waterfront commission. It will have the park. It will have resiliency, New York City resiliency, and the community to say, what is the right messaging here? What do we really want to educate and teach the public about New York City waterfront? So as you can see, and I think you recall from the earlier submissions, this is lenticulated signage, meaning the blades are on a V. So when you walk in one direction, you see one side. When you walk in the other, you see a different. So that the walk out along the pier will never be boring and dull. And you will see two different things, different colors that will be fully legible as you go in each direction. The exterior lighting locations. And again, we have these renderings to kind of show the dusk early evening. It's there to make sure people feel safe and comfortable without feeling like you're in a bright parking lot or something of that nature. This shows the signage. So again, all of the signs will have some external illumination. There are no internally illuminated signs. And you can see here sort of the characteristic of what we're planning in terms of signs as you go out along the pier to make sure that by the benches and other places it's safe and lit. There'll be other low lighting in for things that we would be using in terms of the planter boxes. And then this would be across the trellis to give dappled light over the public seating. And here are examples of it being applied at the end of the pier as well. I know there's been a lot of questions about the live access shows and how that works. So this is the view of the public space along the esplanade prior to getting to the pier. Again, we have, this is the live audience entrance. The way these are handled on any day that there might be a live show, and again, no one knows today if there is or is not one. You might end up never having one, but you might have one. Due to egress and other occupancy issues, they're scaled at 100 persons. In the event of that happening, there will be people posted around that will guide the audience to the right location. And as we've submitted prior, all 100 can queue, be screened inside the building. So they will not be causing congestion out in the public area. In addition, you can also have audience come in through the primary entrance to the building here. There's also the circulation zone within that, again, if there was a process of checking you in, but not quite waiting, not quite ready for you to go into the stage, it can be done as a two-stage process. They have their own dedicated bathrooms within the building. So again, they don't have to be up at the community center using the comfort station there. And I think that's really what we had. I don't think you need the appendix. But let me know any questions.
Great, thank you very much. First, we're going to have testimony, and then the commissioners will possibly ask questions.
I just want to confirm that we have no in-person testimony. I don't have the sign-up sheet, so assuming nobody in person. Rebecca, is there anybody remotely for testimony?
I do not see anyone signed up, but there are quite a few people logged on. It seems mostly from the design teams, but if there's anyone currently on Zoom who wish to testify, please either turn on your video and physically raise your hand or use the Zoom feature to raise your hand. Okay, great. Thank you. It doesn't look like we have anyone signed up.
Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I have a question regarding specifically the lawn area or public space. Are there any sort of designs for movable or removable seating that you guys are interested in? Does that sort of uniformly, is that uniform in terms of color and design for all the other public access areas? Because I think that would be important to have the same sort of signature look. Also, have you considered maybe a collaboration with Percent for Arts in terms of figuring out what you're going to have on the walkway with viewing both ways of whether that's text or images or whatever it is? I think it's important for you to consider not just that space, which is going to be for the public, but also any public programming in collaboration with the parks, the lawn, or something that's semi-permanent or either permanent or however you guys want to organize or orchestrate that possibility. And also, I think it would be really lovely to have some sort of like projection on the wall screenings via the lawn or whatever. I think there's a lot of possibilities because the space is so versatile that you should really consider having those collaborative with those agencies.
Yeah, those are really good comments. And I think that as Vornado and the team has been putting together their list of people to reach out to, that's definitely another group that we should talk to. This is very much meant to be community driven, and that should include the arts, appropriate arts group as well. In terms of the furniture, it has been our discussions with HRPT is to use their standards throughout this location, not to be patches here, patches there, and different things. I think for them, they're still conceptualizing the type of program they would use. We have done test-its for them to show classroom, yoga, other things. But I think they're still early in their thinking about specific programs and then how they. Oh, I just don't.
It's okay.
Anyway, they're still thinking about that. So the community outreach is still ongoing. I think in terms of the sustainability graphic and how that really is translated, we think it's probably about 3 months of continued outreach and gathering ideas to really be ready to start talking about One reason we showed a super scale on that was to allow at the north end of the park, at the next pier, you can actually see something's happening. It's sort of to entice you to come down to and see what's going on. So I think how that works in the long term, how it can evolve, is definitely something that needs to be worked through with all the various stakeholders that have been involved with that.
I'm happy that you're considering that. Also, just a small note is that the earlier you talk to Percent for Art, the better, even if it's just as like, we might want art here, because then they'll start, the process of making it easier for you to have a match with, the architect and the architects, or just like, there'll be more for you to pick from, and it'll be, it'll be more seamless the earlier you ask them to contribute or to support
I
you.
think it's interesting because we're trying not to make this directly art per se. That's not this. It's really to tell a narrative story. Doesn't mean that art doesn't help support it, but it's not intended to be an art installation per se. But it's a good point that people should have put it in the dialogue.
So thanks so much for the presentation, and I appreciate all your response to the comments. I guess I'd pick up on the comment also about the wall on the north there, that long wall, which you're calling sustainability graphics, kind of makes the hair on my arm stand up because I don't know what that is. I'd rather, because I'm looking at the water. I mean, I'm looking at this beautiful place and I'm looking at all this nature that we get to appreciate. And I'm just concerned about the content on that. We have serious scientists in the city. We have serious programs that Hudson River Park is working on. So I just really hope if it's not an artist generated content, then we work with not just the community, because the community is of course very important, but that we also work with people that are going to help inform this
Right.
information and
That's
advance it in a way that's beyond just a community discussion.
Sure, so the New York City, so the resiliency, waterfront commission, all of those groups are.
Can you please speak up in your response? We can't hear the response on Zoom.
Oh, sorry.
That's Rebecca.
So the idea is to include New York City agencies that would have input for issues like climate change, things that are related to the waterfront, resiliency,
Right.
the impact.
Right.
This
It
is-
just sounds really broad to me right now. So I'm just trying to
Understood.
think, how can, it's just, you know,
Understood. So the
Context.
process for it,
being,
outreach has started, not just to the community, but to the agencies
Mhm.
to check their interest in it, to make sure they want to participate, and to then start to develop what it really will be.
Mhm.
And agreed, it is still broad, and we understand that. So the idea is you need to have something that we see it to educate, that it's a tool to help tell people about the impact. One thing that's interesting now is the city doesn't understand why we have buildings built up on stilts and such, right? So you're starting to
Right.
tell them and educate them about what's happened, changes to the waterfront in New York City due to climate change. And
well, we're going to be getting some walls that have some number indications on them too, that are going to be interesting. But, you know, I was thinking that beyond that green, that sustainability graphic, inside there is a void. And it's
Yes.
there because of
Yes.
the fact that, so I mean, you could show somebody that space, for instance, you know,
Yeah.
that there's a teaching, anyway, just an example, but I
No,
was not my,
understood.
I mean, this is your,
Understood,
you
and
guys
we're
are
still-
on it.
I think as the part of the team developing this project, we need to know that we're making the incremental steps towards approval to allow us to do this. And this kind of thing, you just don't come up with it in a day
Yeah.
or even a month or so. But as I said, the outreach programs have started, and the idea is to bring in multiple stakeholders, not just the community.
Okay, so one other, because I know, I don't want to take all the time, but the, what I was calling the carbuncle, if we could go back to the plan. So, and I know I'm not supposed to look inside your building, but why is that stair, that's your egress stair, in my public space? Why is it in the community's little space they're getting? You know, which is fantastic. And you guys are doing a beautiful job of designing it. And we have the, you know, that wonderful area where there's going to be stairs and everything. It, to me, you know, it's becoming more confusing, and I hope that's not our fault, but I really feel it should be inside the building. And now it says that there's water tank or something inside there.
No,
What
no,
is
no,
that
no.
in the
That's not,
plan?
what you're seeing is in the interstitial space under the stage, right?
Right.
So if we go back,
I'm just thinking that corner is really critical, and it's part of that stage piece. And, you know,
I see.
as architects, we always look for trouble, right? So
No, I
I'm looking at the
understand.
little trouble
So
point. Yeah.
Parking has been inserted under the building. The water tanks and the things that you're
So
seeing.
if you go back a slide,
I think it's based on that.
there was another slide that there was a plan, and it said what was inside the plan.
Yeah,
There,
here we go.
stormwater detention,
So-
and then the stairs there. So
Right.
what's going on?
So all of these spaces are down inside, under the building, in the parking garage, behind the dry flood-proofing wall.
Mhm.
So from outside the building, you don't see any of those.
Right, but I mean, why can't that be in that area? You have so much space on Pier 94. Why does that little stair have to
This
poke into my
stair
public
is
space?
not serving this space. This stair is serving the floor above. It's not serving this space, similar to this stair. So we have a stair going up that comes out of the parking garage, but this stair and this stair are both coming out and down from the stages on the level above. Remember that the stages are 8 feet above grade. They're not at grade, whereas the parking, what we've done with the parking if we were to look at the civil plan, is we actually are taking our driveway here, dropping it down, and we're entering way down here. And this is lowered to have clear parking under the building. You do not see it. You don't know it's there because this is all required. to
But
be
you understand what I'm
driveway.
objecting to.
I do understand.
It just seems like somewhere else there.
You can talk about it, but we actually increased that area in order to not reduce the total square footage of the public area. So I understand that's different than the, reading it, bumping out, but the actual square footage is now more than what. So I just wanted to know that.
It's about 3,050. 1,200.
More.
No.
No, we
Total.
increased, what we did is we increased this whole area. This is not counted as part of what has been bought. So this isn't taking away from their space. In terms of.
Technically, yeah.
Yes, I understand.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
I just had a couple of comments on the signage. So I think the hierarchy is much clearer. With the sunset sign, moved further south. I think one thing I would say, if there's a Pier 90, if the word Pier is attached to the front of the building, that should probably go to the back side too, just for consistency. It looks like on the rendering, it still says only 94. So if you go to the back,
Oh, you're talking about West.
yeah, the
You
water
want
phase.
the same logo.
I think for consistency's sake, it, should go all the way around. And
Rendering, it's a little further back. So you're. Oops. No, it's okay. You're talking about a sign that's back here.
yes,
So you would like that to have the same style.
I think the same content, just for consistency's sake. And then,
There it is.
and then there was the kind of the panels for the photographs. So you're saying that would not be advertising, it would just be related to what's being filmed at the moment. Say it's like a TV show that's ongoing, like some graphic related to the TV show.
Well,
Is that
the
right?
idea is that for the tenants, and we don't know who they are today,
Oh, I see.
that they have the opportunity, and sometimes they actually do not use and put out. Like if you're having Tom Cruise come by, you might choose not to want to have a poster out there that's saying Tom Cruise here. So we don't know what the signs are. The Sunset Studios, if you look out in Los Angeles, they often allow the opportunity for tenant signs. Sometimes they're used, sometimes they're not. I just wanted to clarify, there's never a situation where they're saying, oh, come see my show this fall that has nothing to do with this facility. And
So then
by
these are
zoning,
like-
that would also not be allowed.
So these are placeholders, because these are advertisements for movies.
These are really placeholders,
Okay.
but the scale and size of it, even if they remove like opening October, that kind of language, is this is the size and the relationship for those graphics.
And is this like what will be there in place if there's no content? It'll just, is this
There's no content, you have this,
that's the exact gradient color?
that's what's being proposed, yes.
What size is it?
I think it's on the next page. Can you go to the next? Oh, no, it must take it out of this. I think you're going the wrong way. So, you should be controlling. Oh. No, I must have taken that out for this presentation.
Can I ask a question about those signs?
They're like 600 square feet each.
Wow. 600 square feet.
Big.
They're big. Okay. Yes, please go ahead with your question.
What will be the mechanism to ensure that they don't become like an advertisements for revenue?
Yeah, I think Carol will take this one because there's some legal issues there.
There are two ways in which this is regulated. One is straight by straight zoning. Zoning will not allow advertising, only business signs which relate to the business in the facility. And second, it will be governed by the lease that Grenada will have with the city, will have provisions in it for regulating what goes on there.
Got it. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, is this your final selection for the gradation scale or color? And if not, can we see other options that may be less opaque or, you know, something that would be a little more, or just different options that are not as saturated or maybe not as opaque? I don't know if anyone else has the
Well,
same.
what is the material of the piece?
These all end up being vinyl, typical.
I mean, the one that,
types.
say nothing's there. What is the material? Is that vinyl?
Yes.
If it's the top?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, these will be scrims, you know, appropriate scrims to be outdoor for weather.
Like a
and to
solid
last.
vinyl with a grommet
I
or
would
something
guess they might end up having to be perforated.
perforated.
Yeah, to allow for the air to do that. I think in terms of colors, 212 is the graphic designer. They were unable to attend today. They did submit multiple options. I think in terms of the opacity of the scrim, you know, it's very difficult to have placeholders, and then you're trying to find placeholders. And as we demonstrated here, depending on who's in the studio, what they're doing, what they want to put up. I think the colors, no matter what, you're trying to get to some fairly neutral colors. The colors that help us not to feel like we just have blank walls sitting there. I mean, that's part of the function of these. So there were other color ranges that were looked at. I think all of them tended, in order to have 4 panels, to do the gradation across the 4 versus trying to do gradation up and down. I think all of them end up going fairly deep to fairly light. These were actually to represent sunrise to sunset, and that was the concept behind the selection of these colors. And as we all know, every screen we look at, what these look like in the high res and on our screen in our desktop may not look like what we're seeing here.
I think it makes sense. You know, the word, you know, the brown sunset, and then the sunset.
Sorry, Manuel, do you mind repeating?
I'm just saying, I think it makes sense as a graphic, you know, because that's where the sun sets, you know, the brand is sunset. But, you know, like, I know that sign is blue. It might be nice to see this in color, I think, because I know the sunset sign is blue, you know, and then I just think there are colors you see in that sky that I think, you know, like pinks or, you know, things like that might be nice to think about also.
They're quite good size.
Okay, are there any more questions or comments? So maybe if I can, just to quickly summarize, there were a definite desire among the commission to engage with both the community and the Present for the Arts and art community generally. And there was as well an interest in maybe looking again at the exterior stair, which goes out into the, we understand now, increased public space, but still seemingly sort of a juxtaposition that isn't necessarily aesthetically pleasing. Serious concern about the lower level parking screening, venticular screen, where I guess the thinking was, yes, it's an opportunity to educate, but it's a very narrow space. There's a lot going on. Lori pointed out it's very beautiful just to look at the water and the sunset. Maybe we don't need anything quite that intrusive to focus our eyes. So that would be something I think did I get that right, Lori? We would like to look at. And then finally, maybe some options on the 20 by 30 exterior, non-advertising location, defining screens on the side of the building. And Manuel's final simple suggestion that we keep the signage that exists on the front of the building the same when we see it on the back of the building. So those are the comments. Did I miss anything, guys? Okay, so I think we'll take a vote, and we're voting to approve on a preliminary basis. Studio building Pier 94. I'll call Lori.
Approve with those conditions.
Deborah.
Noted.
Approve with those conditions.
Manuel.
Approve.
Susan.
Approve.
Merrill. Approve. Mary.
Approve with the conditions.
And I approve with those conditions as well. So unanimously approved with the conditions of the committee. So noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we're going to take a short break, actually a shorter than anticipated break because we're running way late. And we're going to eat during the next presentation. I'm sorry to say, we have no choice.
We want to take maybe 10 minutes if that's okay, and then be back. Okay.
Did you say 10, Shreelshi?
Are we all back, Grace? Could you confirm that we're live? Okay.
You last saw a presentation for Solar 2 back in 2018. We are here today with a new conceptual proposal that will show you those updates and revisions. Douglas Allagood from Big Architects will present.
Thank you, Gail. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Correct? Terrific. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present. This is a new and improved design of this project. The primary driver for the changes is that we went through a little bit of a value engineering exercise, decreased the footprint of the building and made it a little bit more efficient. What I'll just try to make this, keep this to 10 minutes. The location of the site, as you can see, is on the east side of Manhattan, approximately 23rd Street, and occupying the site of the existing Solar One facility. It's not advancing. Does anybody know why it's? Thank you. Let's just go back one, please. Okay, thank you. Here we go. So what we're in a coastal A zone, which means that we're BFE, which is 15 plus 1. So our DFE, design flood elevation, is 16. And because we're coastal, the underside of our structure will be raised to that elevation 16. And these are just photographs of the existing conditions on the site. They're a little bit older now because what you'll see on the site now is the beginnings of the ESCR flood wall it's in construction. And we're going to touch on that a little bit more, how we connect and interface with that and the future berm. Somehow it decides not to advance every now and then. Okay, there we go. So just a little bit on the site conditions. Part of our study process, of course, we look at the wind, but primarily what we're looking at is solar orientation for the solar cells, as well as the floodplain level. So here you can see the solar orientation, and then this slide is showing the lot boundary as well as the maximum height by zoning. So this new design is well within the maximum bulk for that site. So what this overview of the site plan is showing is the FDR is above this area here with the parking. And obviously this is the East River. I just want to point out that this is a typo. There is no kayak launch included in this project. There was previously. The event space is now at grade on the north side. So this first slide is showing the day one condition prior to the berm being built. So the flood wall is in the back here on the east west side of the property. And on day two, this is the beginning of the idea of what the berms will look like. So we understand that the berms will also go through another separate PDC review for the design and integration into the site and into the building. But this is the idea of how we would integrate our new design into the berms on day two. The heavy black line is the flood wall. So what we've done is we've kinked the building a little bit here to allow for a little bit of a plaza facing the water. And then what we're going to describe here is simply how the program within the building achieves the function that our client Solar One is looking for. So we have ground floor. Uses are limited to what the building code allows on the ground floor, basically unoccupied spaces, untempered, so no air conditioning, which means storage, mechanical. The second floor contains the actual programs, so the classroom and the offices and all of the support spaces for those. So in this is our ground floor plan. So everything you see here is below the design flood elevation. So you can enter directly in day one and day two from the ground level into a reception area with an elevator, stairs that lead you upstairs, and then a couple of storage areas below, adjacent to that lobby. Now, all of the walls on this level will be sacrificial. In other words, they are breakaway walls in case of flood and the pressure from the water moving. It's all going to be designed specifically to allow for that, but the structure will stay in place. The second floor, as you can see, the main event are these two classrooms, which are then divisible into, so it's one large classroom divisible into two. The main projection screen would be this way when it's in kind of the open position, it's used as one classroom. The office space with its orientation to the south, and then these support spaces, accessible bathrooms and pantries, and the elevators. And this is the roof plan showing the solar array and whatever other mechanical equipment. What we're trying to do in these drawings, you can see on these elevations, is not simply stay above the floodplain, but also orient the solar cells towards the sun, of course, and then treat that like a fifth facade, understanding that where the FDR is in relationship to this building, that you'd be able to look down. You want to be able to see those solar cells and have it be a part of the kind of city's consciousness. There's a pretty decent view. You're driving along here that you'll be able to, these solar cells will be visible. And so these elevations, again, west elevation, pretty much hidden underneath the highway where it's blinked. And what we're doing here is we're lifting up the ground level. So within the floodplain, there's a requirement for keeping our walls porous. So they have to be perforated. And we wanted to actually also use that so these walls that you see here are going to be perforated, and also some polycarbonate or some other kind of translucent material to give it a feeling of lightness and lifted up off the ground. But as you see here, where it's fairly solid, it's actually going to be underneath the berm at a certain point in day 2. So again, all of these drawings are shown on day 1. And then these are some of the materials that we're looking at. We're looking at a Corten steel as our rain screen. We feel that the metal panel also a natural material is important to us. We don't want it to be too silvery, shiny, or standing out on the waterfront. We wanted something warmer and more natural, but also something that will age well over time. And so that's why we started with the Corten, thinking that'll patina. That'll, as time goes, it'll patina a little bit in interesting ways around the building. Triple glazed IGUs. Of course, this building has to be highly sustainable. That's the whole goal. It's an education center. And so it has to achieve some of the goals that it's setting out to. Then the polycarbonate translucents, and of course, the solar panels on the roof. Then we have a lighting scheme that we think will really energize the facade at night, the entire building. But of course, these are going to be focused on the building, not lighting up the sky. The last couple of slides here are just showing some axon and little rendered views. I'm sure you all know the orientation, but we feel that these large windows facing the river will, first of all, it's going to be incredibly dramatic from inside the building, but we think that from outside the building, it's all part of the immersing yourself in nature, part of, right in the middle of Manhattan. The river is right there. The angled roof for the solar cells, and then this southern covered, this southern facing office has windows on that south facade that are covered. So it's a terrace, so that will help mitigate sun angle from the south. Then this is the day 2. So there's day 1 where it's just paint on a flat surface, and then day 2 you can see the park and these berms rising up. Again, that has to be sorted out with a little bit with a new design, but that's a good starting point, we feel. So now we're looking from the south elevation. We love the idea of being able to show off what the building is about. It's an education center. It's for the city. It's for our environment. So to be able to see those solar cells is very important to us. I mean, it's an important part of the design. And I think I could just flip through the rest of these and let you ask questions if you have any. Yeah, that was the last one, I think.
Who's the tenant? Yeah.
So this project, we're calling it Solar 2 because it's the second education center
Can
that.
the question
is
be
being run by
repeated for
Solar
Zoom?
1. Oh, sorry. So Solar 1 is operating the building. That's a not-for-profit that runs the education center that is currently on the site. So this building would be their second building.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
The question was, who's the tenant of the building? Sorry.
Will the public be able to go up on the roof
No,
to see the solar panels installation, or you only see it from the highway?
you can only see it from the ground, from the south of the building or from the highway. That's the intention is really there's a couple things that could go wrong if we had allowed the public to go up there.
Mhm.
So we think that it's better to have them secure and visible
Mhm.
rather than accessible.
And then I just had a question, because you probably saw about the Corten. So I mean, I think Corten is really beautiful. And I understand that you want to have an aging material that ages, but just in terms of, sustainability, steel has a kind of a heavy footprint. But so does concrete. But I was just thinking about the material of the ground, of the deck, the bulkhead there, the stone, or what is the material that people are walking around on, and that, it tends to run and change the color of
Right. I'm not
ground material.
right. I'm not able to.
Like if we looked at the plan, for instance.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Get back
to
to
get back to that.
there. That was a good one. The ones there. So the ground material.
Okay, so we had a variety of cobblestones, and that's as far as we've gotten with kind of thinking about the ground material, but we wanted it to be walkable, runnable, and bikeable.
So it's like, is it permeable material?
To a certain, I mean, as much as this can allow, that's really not, there'll be, most of the permeable surfaces will be on the berms and the grassy.
So I'm
area.
just wondering what happens, just to be direct, what happens when the rust runs onto that?
That I can
ground
answer.
surface?
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, that's the
It
question.
helps if I understand the question.
Yeah, sorry.
So the answer is we have, in our design, we've actually worked out a little bit of a gutter system. Because right next to the river, we want to filter all of the runoff here. So we don't know exactly where the filtration system is going to go, but somewhere in that ground level. And we're going to have a tiny little gutter like you'd see on an exterior door running along across all of the.
On the ground?
No, at the bottom of each metal panel. So the water.
To catch the rusty water?
Yeah, and it will drain off into a system. That's, oh.
My eyebrows are up.
I can see that.
So it's like an irrigation system?
Not an irrigation system, really, like just a gutter. Imagine
Okay.
a small house that has one of those awful aluminum gutters. If you love them, I don't mean awful. But an aluminum gutter, but making that a little bit smaller to catch with a leader, bringing that runoff to a filtration system. So if we think about it as too sophisticated a system, it's probably going to break. If we think about it as simply a gutter and downspout, then we.
But I guess you're trying to collect the water. So whatever material it was, you want to collect the water and run it off.
Yes.
But my concern is that the rust, when you see that Corten against any ground surface, the rust runs off and stains.
Yeah.
Right. That's all I'm asking.
No, I do agree with that point, and we have been detailing it. And I think that when it hits at that singular point, we could actually also just put a grating on the ground. Because there are no number of buildings, ones that I've even worked on, that have that staining that you're talking about,
Yeah,
the brown
right.
ring that follows the building.
Right.
But I think there's ways of dealing with that.
Who is everyone who's joining you here today?
I would appreciate it if they could announce themselves.
It's really important. I
Yeah.
think it's really important to know because not every question is directed at the architect, and some of this goes into programming, how many people are using the facility, blah, 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 blah.
Sure.
So
So standing is my colleague.
Hi,
great.
We can't hear any of those.
For Zoom.
Oh.
I record that as being all of us here, so.
I'm Ankita Nalavde. I'm with EDC, project manager.
Odette Oliner. I'm with EDC as well.
Hi, Katrina Nelson. I'm from Big Architects.
Gail Rothstein, EDC.
Dina Elkins, Solar One.
I'm Stephen Levin, CEO at Solar One.
Yeah, actually, thank you for that because it's always a team effort.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just curious, how many people do you envision being in and out of this space over 24 hours?
Hold on one second. Let's just have you hold it.
Sure.
So I think it's going to depend on which 24 hours, but I think in a given year, we're hoping to have, two classes of school children a day. So that would be probably between 60 and 70 people on most weekdays. An after school program, so that might account for another 20. A summer program for smaller children, like a summer camp. I would imagine that could also be, let's say conservatively 20, 5 days a week during the summertime. And then we're reanimating a panel discussion series in partnership with NYSERDA and the Urban Future Lab. We might in the future.
Okay, I got it. So let me ask, and I'm just curious. When you design a space that is going to be multifunctional for people of different ages, right? In different times of day, how is that reflected in your facility? In other words, are bathrooms for children or, I'm just curious how that happens and if it's all been approved by all of the because I've done educational buildings before just to have someone from a different, not EDC, but from a different thing. You didn't align with this, you didn't align with that. So I'm just curious because it's complicated. Is that all done?
No, that we haven't gotten to the level that you're describing, having some experience. I've worked on a number of education projects myself. I understand that you end up with handrails at different heights, the cutest little toilets you've ever seen. Those things are important. We do have the 3 different facilities for 2 are going to be accessible. One is for able-bodied. But we hadn't talked about having separate facilities for kindergartners or, people.
I'm just wanting to know that you've got it all under control.
Yeah.
It's not going to flow on forever.
I think I jumped into the detail too before saying that I think that the new design is really very nice and that it's, simple and that it seems to accommodate these different scale spaces. So I really commend you guys on that. I think you really nailed it there. I'm just kind of, I always say architects look for trouble. So I'm just looking for the trouble to try to cut to the chase. That's all. So thank you. All right.
I have a question.
I just wanted to ask, is this design just preliminary in terms of just the structure itself? And will we see other sort of future designs that will consider, I guess, how the public will access or gain entry outside of this facility, like how they will come to that space, what are the streets, if there's, lighting that's responsive to that, and also, just like public access, like are there bathrooms close by? Are there, are there benches around there so that parents will sit and wait, et cetera? Those are the things that in the future, I would hope that the architecture, the designers will consider having, or organize how the audience or the public will come to sit down, wait, or not wait, and if that is like what the furniture would be like outside, with color, the design, et cetera.
Right. So first of all, that's an excellent question. The way that we've been looking at this is trying to focus all of our energy, by that I mean money, on the building itself. And with this understanding that everything that you see outside of that building and site work just has to be brought up to code and usable standard. What you're seeing in this rendering is notional, and we don't want to build stuff that we're going to throw away on day 2. But I do think it's an important consideration that we meld in, certainly focusing on day 2, that it's, everything is in the right place, leading to the right entrances, lit up properly. But that's not what we're okay.
Deborah, you have your hand raised.
Yes.
Sorry, what?
I have 2 questions. First, I just want to understand, we're not asking to give feedback we're not being asked right now to give feedback on the landscape design, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that my answer?
We're only looking at the building design now, is that right?
That's correct. I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my second question is, and this is more of an EDC question, what is Solar One's relationship to this site, given that this is an incredible public site and they're building a building that should serve them for many decades? I'm just wondering what's their relationship and responsibilities vis-a-vis this structure and the land that it's on.
So, hello, I'm Steve Levin. I'm the CEO at Solar One. I started in January, so I'm still new with the organization. So Solar One is the manager of the park on behalf of EDC. We have been in that role for a little more than 20 years at this point, since Stuyvesant Cove Park was acquired by EDC as a park for New York City. So we manage the park with our staff, and we are so we have a funding agreement with EDC, and we are also then the tenant of this building. So we'll be the long-term tenant of the building. As a 501c3, we are an environmental educational organization. We are in over 100 New York City public schools providing environmental education on renewable energy. We do green workforce training, and then we do also do technical consulting for solar installation, other renewable energy installation on affordable housing, public buildings, community solar projects, and we are the administrators of or managers of Stuyvesant Cove Park, and as well as being the future tenants of this building.
Right. I have known Solar One for a long time and have always had a high respect for its mission. My question is a different one. It has to do with who owns the building and the land, and if Solar One, for example, can't raise funds to do critical repairs or maintain the building over the long term, whose responsibility will that be?
So that's a question for EDC as the owner of the building. So I don't know, Aditi, if you want to do that?
Correct.
I think we'll have to get back to you on that. I'm sorry, I don't have answers. I'm also newer to the project, but I'm happy to kind of go through Gail and get you information on what would happen should Solar One not be able to maintain the building.
Right, because I think it would be useful to know as we go ahead and approve what will be, looks to be a low maintenance building, but anyone who's managed a building knows no building is a low maintenance building. And being aware of the challenges facing 501s and hearing the numbers of constituents who will be using or stakeholders using the building every day, I'm just wondering about this long-term sustainability of this this building and this tenancy, and I'd like a little more information on that.
Understood. We'll circle back on that.
Thank you.
So we'll have a 30-year lease with, I think, a 15-year option to renew. But as the tenants, we're not the owners of the building.
Right, but you're responsible for its maintenance, correct?
Correct. And we have,
Do you have a fundraising plan in place or an endowment, or how will it be maintained?
we have an ongoing staff. Dina Elkin is our director of that oversees the park. We have an additional park manager and other park maintenance staff. As an organization, we are about 50 employees with a fairly sustainable and reliable and diverse source of funding, government funding, contracts, private philanthropy. We've received private grants for our programming in the park, and we'll continue to do that. And we have a full-time development department that is very actively exploring the fundraising opportunities that will come along with this, and also then the responsibilities, of course, on doing proper maintenance and upkeep.
Okay, great. I think it would be good to know if the architects could help perhaps with this, what it will cost to maintain that building, and then what EDC's plans are for the city, should those funds not be raised.
And we actually do have a detailed plan for how we're going to attempt to raise money for the building in the future, that we worked with a team from IBM Give on a number of years ago. So the timing needs to be updated because there have been a lot of delays now on this project. We thought we would be in the midst of this plan by now. Obviously, we're not, but it does exist and it's still a viable plan.
That's great. And I wish you like the most luck. I'm only asking those questions because should you be able to do that, and as we know, the vagaries of fundraising are a real thing, it would become the city's responsibility to manage and maintain that structure. That's why I'm asking EDC that question.
And in addition, sorry, just one last thing. We do receive ongoing financial support from the New York City Council, New York State Legislature. We received a grant this year for financial support from the New York State Legislature. So we do have ongoing support from public partners.
That's great. Thank you.
Deborah, to clarify your prior question about landscape, this is at conceptual level, so you can opine on landscape.
Okay. Well, I don't believe the landscape and its rationale and circulation strategies from public transit were explained to us at all in the presentation. So perhaps we could have that.
Yeah, I agree. We need to see that.
Are there, because of this, your unique tendency, this organization of Solar One, are there sustainable goals, or are you trying to be all electric? Or I'm just curious for those. I mean, I know you have a really tight budget, but I'm interested in how those opportunities are reflected in design besides the solar panels, right?
I'll let you start, and if there's anything I can add to that.
So we're looking to be, as sustainable as possible. And one aspect to the plan that we've made some headway on as an organization at Solar One is solar plus storage. So this would be battery storage as well. And we've at Solar One, we've actually over the last 5 years worked on a number of projects in New York City, including with the Brooklyn Public Library at Coney Island, the Coney Island branch at Brooklyn Public Library, to do solar plus storage projects through a HUD grant that has gone through the Governor's Office of Storm Recovery, and have worked through the challenges with FDNY permitting on solar plus storage. So the possibilities here are that this could be, among the first public buildings to have solar plus storage, which is, a very as about as sustainable and as energy efficient as you can get in the modern climate with modern technology.
So I can also add to that we're looking at architecturally super insulating the facade, the enclosure, so the roof and the walls. And we're looking, of course, at sustainable materials and how they're manufactured, as well as the plumbing fixtures. And we're just getting started, honestly, with mechanical systems, but that discussion is ongoing. How do we achieve the most, efficient and sustainable mechanical systems? But if we have the enclosure right, 30 to 35% in terms of openness factor, window to wall ratio, that's going to help drive down the inefficiencies on the mechanical system. That will drive down those loads. So we're starting at a good point. Just for reference, 60% is kind of a usual target. The benchmark gets to, around 40 to 50%. We're lower than that.
And then, sorry, to just one other answer to your question. This will be a fully electric building, so no use of natural gas. But again, the more that we can be with renewables, solar plus storage, the better.
Okay.
So I guess just to summarize, right, concerned about the exterior material not being long-term friendly. We don't feel we've seen at all.
So can you hold the mic, please?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think we've seen or even understand the way in which the circulation works in and around the building.
Okay.
And then Meryl's point that we wanted to try our best to make sure that the interior of the building truly responded to the intended use of the building by Solar One in terms of the various ages and accessibility for a larger population. So those are the things to look at for your next visit.
Okay.
And we'll remember them. So hopefully you'll respond to them.
We will be
Okay.
prepared. Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
You think we'll have an easy one? Like no comment?
design and community engagement for our unit here for all of our coastal projects. I'm going to quickly introduce our team here. Sure, you can pass around actually. We have a number of agency partners and consultants here with us. You can go ahead.
Camille Durda, City DEP. Sham Janjua, Coastal Resiliency Design.
Alda Chan, New York City Parks.
Matt Nayer, NV5 Design Consultants.
Joe Menzer, NV5 Design Consultants.
Andres Tovar Zambrano with DDC.
Michaela Metcalf, DDC.
Nick Petnati, DOT. Neg Lakou, Deputy Mayor Joshi's office.
And I'm Sheena Brown from Parks.
So we're going to see the preliminary review of the construction of a flood wall and resiliency infrastructure, including a portion of the Brooklyn waterfront, Greenway and Red Hook, Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us today. So as it was mentioned, Red Hook Coastal Resiliency, I'm going to quickly recap our top goals. There's a lot of priorities with this project. This is a coastal flooding and sea level rise flooding coastal protection for the Red Hook neighborhood in Brooklyn. The main goal is obviously to provide a flood protection system that's integrated with the neighborhood, but also we need to make sure that we're not impeding or impacting the pedestrian and vehicle and bike circulation, and also the local businesses. We want to maintain the neighborhood connectivity and access to the active waterfront. This is an active port with businesses and commercial and manufacturing along the edge of the water that we made sure not to impact them as much as we could. And the project includes deployable features, floodgates. I'll show some examples of that, and flood wall that is broken into two sections. And we're also very excited to have the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway incorporated as part of this project. We're extending that and connecting the gaps and disconnected pieces that's along the Red Hook area. We'll show some drawings on that. Very quickly, as I mentioned, the project is located in Red Hook in Brooklyn. This graphic here on the right shows the project being broken into two sections. This is the Atlantic Basin section on the north part of the graphic on the map, and Beard Street on the bottom left. These two flood protection systems both tie in on each end of them to the high ground of 10-foot elevation. We are implementing a 10-foot elevation coastal protection system that will be protecting against less severe, however, more frequent storms at a 10-year level storm that is more of a threat to Red Hook. These two are the lowest lying areas, and they were one of the hardest hit areas of New York City. So we're making sure to protect those vulnerable areas with this project. Also, to highlight that, as I'm sure many folks are aware, this neighborhood has a very rich history of manufacturing and commerce and businesses, and it also has a very active commercial waterfront, and it's also home to one of NYCHA's largest public housing campuses, the Red Hook houses, Red Hook West and Red Hook East. And skip through these I'm going to click through a lot of these slides and focus on the more key slides, and we can always go back with questions. This map is showing, like I mentioned, the low-lying areas that this is the existing conditions flooding map for Red Hook. And again, you'll see these four areas on each end of the protection system that are on the drier side that we're connecting to the high ground at 10-foot elevation. Again, I can go back to any of these slides if questions come up. This is a sample of the flood wall. The flood wall varies between the two project areas. In some areas it's buried, and the other areas that it's exposed, it varies anywhere between 6 inches to about 4.5 feet at its highest point. This diagram was made to just show the complicated foundation system underground, and for the design of the flood wall, we have multiple meetings and discussions with our sister agencies and the mayor's office, and decided to stay consistent with the east side of Manhattan coastal projects that we have in terms of the design of the flood wall, since that design has already been vetted and approved. And we have approved specifications, and it's been tried and true right now on the construction site. I have some pictures to show. This is a handful of pictures from the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project, just to show an example of the flood wall that's currently being constructed. Look through some of these. This is a piece of the finished product. You can see the elevation markers on the right side and the wall design. It's coming together very nicely, actually. We're all very happy about it. The project here also includes deployables. We have two types of gates, sliding roller floodgates and swing gates. We have 2 roller gates and 6 swing gates in this project. This is just an example of the sliding gates. That's very similar to the East Side project. And I'm sorry, not swing gate. We have 6 flip-up gates and 2 roller gates. This is an example of the flip-up gate that we have, very similar to the BMCR Brooklyn Bridge, Montgomery Coastal Resiliency Project further down Lower Manhattan. As I mentioned, we're tying into the high grounds at 10-foot elevation, the natural topography, and the blue line here for folks that are online. The blue solid line in the middle is the current flood protection system that consists of the flood wall and the floodgates that I just mentioned. And the black dotted line is a 10-foot elevation contour of the natural topography that we're tying in. And the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway, I have some drawings that we'll look through, but the Greenway will start on the upper ends of Red Hook and wrap around, go down to Beard Street. And part of this project will be ending the Greenway at about Todd Triangle at the end of our project footprint. These are some existing slide of Atlantic Basin, proposed flood protection. I'll use this as an example. The blue line is the flood wall you see here against the back of the sidewalk in some areas. The project also includes raising some of the intersections and streets and regrading some areas to get us up to the 10-foot elevation, in addition to the flood wall and floodgates. Let me skip through to this slide. On this rendering, see the flood wall on back of the sidewalk over here on the right side, the right corner of this graphic. That this is a street that leads over at Emley and Bound Street that leads into the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal. And this is one of the street raisings that we have included as part of this project to get us up to that protection level that we need, along with the flood wall. Skip through a couple of more interesting slides. Here, you'll see a sample portion of the Waterfront Greenway that goes along our project footprint and the flood wall. In some areas, we had to widen the sidewalks to accommodate that. And we are trying to either preserve or add trees as much as we could. In some areas, we'll have some tree impacts, unfortunately, due to the foundation of the flood wall and also the safety standards that we have to comply with for the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway. But just as any neighborhood and community in New York City, for all of us, green space and trees is a high priority, and we're trying to preserve as many trees as we could. Here's a sample of the intersection at Imlay and Bound Street. This is on the north end in Atlantic Basin. It's a major improvement with more public space, and you can see how the public life and the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway and also the flood wall, they're all being integrated into one space. This is the flood wall at the back of the sidewalk. We have tree lines areas and the Greenway incorporated here. More flood wall and raised streets. Let's skip through. We have 90 slides here to cover, so I'm trying to be respectful of our time here. Some sections, again, we can go back to any of these slides if folks have questions. This is another example, the flood wall here at the back of sidewalk, and Atlantic Basin is the area that has the highest, the tallest wall at about 4.5 feet. Give or take, and this is the Waterfront Greenway, 4.5 feet. And some folks naturally compare it to the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project, where the wall is about 16 feet high. For this area, obviously, every coastal resiliency project is specific to the topography and the neighborhood that is being built in. So here we only have a 4.5 feet at the highest point. The rest of the flood wall is about a 6-foot curb height, or it could be a knee wall at about 2 or 3 feet high. Skip through. Another example where we're trying to preserve trees. This was one of the creative solutions that the team had working closely with DOT. The Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway picks back up again here in Beard Street. And you can see how it splits into 2 sections so we can preserve this tree line here, and it integrates with the rest of the sidewalk. This is another good example where the flood protection sort of integrates with the rest of the community. We have a flood wall over here on the far right side. You can see a faint curb line kind of going in, fading into the ground. That's the flood wall over there. That's about a curb height, 4 or 6 inches high. This whole intersection is being raised to get us up to that 10-foot elevation. And the flood wall picks back up again over here. You see that faint line coming out of the ground and getting up to, I think, about a foot or maybe 2 feet further down on Reed Street.
Can you just talk a little bit about the community too, while you're speaking about the physical stuff?
Sure.
Some people may not know it as well, and who's there, how many, residents,
Absolutely.
arts
So
groups, all that's going on there. There's a lot.
yes. So as I mentioned, Red Hook has a very rich and heavy history of local businesses and manufacturing and small businesses, nonprofits. And we tried very hard to find out that happy medium to deliver and implement this flood protection project within the scope limitations and the FEMA regulations that we have. I'm sorry, I failed to mention earlier that this project is FEMA funded. We have $50 million from FEMA and another $50 million from the city funds, from capital funds. The $50 million from FEMA comes with a lot of strings, and we have scope limitations that we have to comply with. And that's one of the big strings that we had to match that. Yes. So as part of that, and also back in 2016, a feasibility study was undertaken by the mayor's office in partnership with EDC, our sister agency, and a lot of the community priorities came about from that period. Maintaining the waterfront access unobstructed, making sure we're not impacting the local businesses and all these driveways and entrances. It has to be an implementable and independent flood protection system to comply with our FEMA requirements. We also have to make sure that it's accessible by the city for operations and maintenance system, operations and maintenance. So that's why we located the majority of the flood wall and the system on public right of way, so we won't have unknown risks associated with access and maintenance and repairs. And the community also had asked in the past, outside of this project, for a more integrated and expanded Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway, which we worked with DOT, and we were excited to fold that into this project. Here, this is a private property over here. This is the parking lot of Food Bazaar. I have another slide coming up. Food Bazaar is one of the major grocery stores in the neighborhood that used to be Fairway. And we're working with the property owner here to provide a standalone independent protection system because this cogeneration power facility serves the grocery store and over 50 residents and local businesses beyond this point, that we found a way to have a standalone independent system that doesn't impact the rest of our FEMA funding requirements and the rest of the project timeline. So that's how all this is being integrated. This is the other end of that property that I just mentioned, other end, the sort of western corner of it. You see the flood wall that was sort of peeping out on the other end, kind of came up to about a 3, almost 4 foot high wall here. This is a raised intersection to get us up to the elevation. And there's a floodgate tucked behind this flood wall here that would roll over and tie into this flood wall on the bottom left and provide that enclosure and protection. This building is a pier that also includes a lot of the local businesses, and they're all being serviced. Their power and heat and hot water is being serviced by that cogeneration facility. So that ties into what I was explaining earlier. This is the flood wall and its floodgate in its closed condition in that same area. Coming up further a little bit north, that's the same building that I just mentioned with the local businesses and community. Here we have a flood wall about a 3 foot tall, give or take, I think, flood wall that's bisecting the sidewalk. And the reason for that was because either end, locating placing the flood wall on either end of the sidewalk would have either conflicted with underground utilities or would have impeded and impacted the local businesses on the right side of the screen of this graphic. And these are all operating businesses that they have active driveways and doorways. So we came up with this solution to have a wider sidewalk and maintain the pedestrian circulation, as well as being able to implement the flood wall there. And here on the left side, you see the flood wall continuing. There's a floodgate, sliding floodgate tucked behind that flood wall that will slide out and connect to this portion over here and then close that area. And another example of how the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway is being integrated into the rest of the streetscape here. This is the floodgate in that same area in its closed condition. That first one was open condition. Let's skip through. This is more of the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway going through with the flood protection and the blue line. Skip through some of these. Again, we can go back if folks have questions. This is another drawing showing about how the flood wall continues down to this portion on the bottom of the graphic of the rendering and picks back up again at the back of the sidewalk on the north side. And this was one of the other solutions that came about to be able to accommodate the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway so it won't conflict with the flood protection system. This is the IKEA Pier and IKEA Park over here. I think this was it's probably a fairly rebuilt project when IKEA came in and built their store over here. This shows how, again, the flood protection against the back of the sidewalk, as you can see along the water, with the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway and some street raising and some patches here, they all integrate with the existing streetscape and not impacting the sort of community amenity that already exists here. And there's some improvements in terms of the little green patches. This little pillar here has some significance to the community that we heard from, that we're trying to preserve this and not impact that as much as we could. So there are all these points that we heard from the community in different milestones, from the feasibility study all the way to the early stages of this design phase, that we have noted and tried to weave that in with our project criteria and FEMA requirements. Also, another exciting part of this project, this is the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway, again, going down Pier Street with the blue flood wall against the back of the sidewalk on the north side. Here is a Todd Triangle, one of the community parks. This is a parks asset that we're really excited to improve and redesign. We're providing a better and bigger and more improved park for the community. It would include some seating and more trees and open space, as well as integrating the flood protection system. So the flood wall sort of wraps around over here. You can see my pointer on the north side of Columbia, wrapping around into Columbia Street, and then goes underneath this park, the flood wall, and it ties in at the bottom of this page into high ground at the 10-foot elevation. And this is a drawing. You can see the 10-foot contour and the white dashed line cutting through this park, and that's where we're tying into with our project. Some sections of the Todd Triangle planting palette. I'm no expert in landscape details, but we have our landscape architects on the call that we can call upon if folks have questions, so we can revisit these slides. I'm going to go through. These are just a sample of our standard park standards and DOT standards, furnishing and sort of pavements, things that we components of all of our coastal projects that we have to comply with the agency standards, lighting poles. And just to quickly highlight a couple of neighborhood impacts, I mentioned trees. Again, just as any community, for any of us living in New York City, trees is a high priority for all of us. And for this project, we're making sure that we're minimizing the tree impacts as much as we can. We have a number determined, 69 trees, but that's still being assessed right now with our team and with Parks Department, and looking at some options to see if there's a way to reduce the number of impacted trees. Overall, the reason for trees being impacted again is because of the flood wall foundation, that there's requirements with offsets with that flood wall, and also the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway that's being extended, and the public safety requirements and DOT standards that we have to follow. Unfortunately, inevitably, some trees would be impacted, but we're trying to make up for it with a better designed Todd Triangle Park, for example, and some other green patches, as you've seen so far. There might be some, there will be some parking impacts, street side parking. Luckily, and this number is still a moving target, we're still trying to figure this out. The reason, again, being the flood wall, but mostly also because of the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway being extended as one of the community priorities that we heard in the past. The number of parking spots being impacted, based on the assessments that we've had, we realized it still does not spill over into the peak utilization of those areas. So that's sort of glass half full good news about the parking loss, that even with the 70% peak utilization of parking spots on the street sides, we're not really impacting that, considering how many spots we might be taking away. But this is still a work in progress, and we're trying to find out ways how we can minimize this impact. This just shows the reoriented and reorganized street flow to make sure that we're not impacting the existing traffic flow, negatively impacting or exacerbating the traffic flow and the street directions in the area. Probably the number one biggest priority of the community in this area is truck traffic, with all the warehouses coming in and all of the large corporations. We've had a number of design meetings with all of these corporations, Amazon, UPS, Store Equities, all the way to the smaller business owners, and we're keeping track of their project progress and any future plans that they have. All of that, the goal is to make sure that we're all coordinated and we're not impacting one another. Our project is fully independent of any truck traffic or any vehicular traffic in the area for our flood protection project. So luckily, the good news is that we're not negatively impacting the street directions and truck, or not exacerbating traffic and truck flow. However, this slide is just to show, with the Waterfront Greenway being extended, some of the streets that had to be narrowed in a little bit for a wider sidewalk or higher, better quality of streetscape and urban areas. Redirecting some of the streets and reorienting them would help maintain that traffic flow in the area. And definitely not a traffic engineer specialist here, but I have our experts here that can speak to this if any questions. And that's pretty much the end of our presentation. I kind of fly through really quickly. I know we have limited time, but happy to take questions. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
I have two questions.
Sure.
First, I just want to say this was such a complex and multi-agency collaboration, as evidenced by the many folks that you have in the room right now. And the elegance of your scheme and the kind of appropriateness of it to the community, the work that you did, that is very evident in how it incrementally fits the uses of that community at various sites. I really want to commend this team. It was a very, very complex and challenging project, and super important for our city. What you do here will influence our life for decades to come in the whole city. So I really want to commend the team on that amazing work.
Thank you.
So it's well-deserved. And so two questions. One is, you talked about using the specs for the wall for the ESCR, which I think makes good sense. I'm just wondering if you considered adopting the detailing of that wall so that the scale would shift, given shifts in scale at different site applications.
Sure, absolutely. And should we answer that first and then go to your second question?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So
this is Joe Menzer from NV5 Engineering. He's our lead design engineer for this project.
Okay.
So the scale of the wall for Esker, the wave pattern are actually separated 1 foot apart because the walls are much higher. So what we did is we did adopt the wall design, but we actually scaled it down. So the wave pattern on our wall are 6 inches apart because they are smaller in scale.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. And then the other question, it has to do with, is it Todd Triangle?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, to me, that's amazing. I mean, there's not a lot of like green open space in Red Hook. And so that triangle is an amazing opportunity to kind of have the whole project sort of come to rest as like a little bit of a teaching opportunity in some ways. So like, for example, as you showed the images of the sign with the numbers, not the sign, the wall with the numbers registering elevations. I don't know if that would be appropriate there, but I just wonder if, you know, this amazing job you've done integrating the greenway and the flood protection could be expressed in a more readable way at Todd Triangle, because I feel like the design there right now is, it's to me a bit underdesigned.
It's definitely something we can look at going forward. At this point, we did not do that because the way that the park, the entire park has actually been raised. So the wall, in essence, the 10-foot elevation is synonymous with the surface of the park. So we'd have to find a way on the surface to integrate some sort of elevation 10, some way of integrating that into the surface of the park to show where we are as far as elevation goes. So
But
something definitely we could look at going forward.
Weren't we told that the wall was actually underneath the park?
It varies. The wall is beneath the park and it comes back.
So that's extraordinary, to Deborah's point. I mean, to have built a wall that disappears under the park makes it a perfect teaching opportunity, because most people would think you wouldn't need a wall underneath the park underground. So that sounds like it's a possibility.
Yeah, so there's the physical wall that is kind of buried or synonymous with the surface of the park, and then there's a seepage barrier that's attached to that wall that goes a bit deeper, and that prevents water, that groundwater from flowing into Red Hook as well. So you don't see any of that, but it is doing its job.
Be nice to know about it.
Sure.
I mean, even the section of the
Yeah,
way
cool.
you showed the foundation of the wall,
Yeah.
all of that. Like one day someone will want to bring a class of school children to this little park and say like, this is how it happened. It used to be like this, but now we do this. So I just think it's a great opportunity.
I agree.
I think, you know, with the East Side project, there were a lot of interpretive elements that were developed for that kind of demonstrate the technology and like, climate change response. So I think that's good to think about how to integrate that into this too. And then I think, if the wall is changing, the significance of the graphics might change too. Like if the wall, the sections are only 6 inches tall, where do those numbers appear? Did the height change? I think it's good to have some visual consistency, but I think at least making like the typeface the same too. And the walls are lower here and they were higher, on the east side. And I think there's a significance to the numbers, being like, 10 feet, 12 feet. Whereas I'm not sure if that's as significant on this side. I'm not sure, but I think that's something to think about.
Would it be helpful to go back to that slide?
Sure.
Is that?
Yeah.
I think it was maybe slide 5, 6 early on. 23. No.
Knows the
Oh, there you go. He's right. He's the engineer.
That's the one that's being built now.
This is the one of the East Side Coastal Resilience projects.
Back about 5 slides.
So
See the sketch.
yeah, back to the graphic. There you go. So this you can talk to this, but this rendering that you see up on the top right has been modified to reflect the Red Hook conditions. But it resembles the East Side project. So we use that as a template with the adjustments and modifications to fit it into the Red Hook.
I think though, like there was a kind of interpretive significance to the placement of those, the heights. So I think it's, where do those go, I guess is a question. And then another comment too was like, I think with the, ESCR project, I'm not sure where it ended up, but there was discussion around like the numbering system of the walls.
Right.
And so I don't know if there's like an agency-wide like standard for what the numbering is, but there's 0, 1 here, but then there's also 0, 1 on the, east side, CR. So is there like a numbering system?
Yeah,
that'll
so the
exist here
number,
too?
I can't really see it here, but over here, right next to technically where it says flood wall, there will be another code. So this number was heavily coordinated with emergency management, and DOT, all the agencies that have the operations and maintenance team, especially under the emergency conditions. So there's a coding system that the agencies came up with to identify uniquely every gate in a very specific spot so they could sort of connect with each other and make sure that they all know how to access that. So we discussed that, and I think back then for the east side, my unit covers all these projects. So back then for the east side project, when we were discussing all this, we did think about what if future projects come up in Brooklyn or Queens or other boroughs, and we decided to do floodgates. So that numbering system that we determined for the east side project is sort of interchangeable, or we can use that template for other boroughs too. And it has specific identifiers. I think, Nick, do you remember if the numbers start with like an MN? If we start, I think they start with the borough initial, and then it goes into a specific number.
And to that, I also wanted to agree with the other commissioners that the park would probably be a great place for the community to sort of have some sort of engagement and just more informative or historical understanding of how to read all these things. And maybe is there a study or with the community members or community engagement that would have a good idea of how to map and place, I guess, maybe some sort of markers or placards, and maybe with on top of where they lie out. Maybe there's some lines that, you know, a school can be like, oh, this is the one on so-and-so street. And that helps us, you know, whatever, there'll be an educational sort of moment to have the community itself, while they're walking every day, understand that underneath this, there are these lines, so that if there, God forbid, ever is an emergency, they know that after this line, this is the protective line that they should be crossed over to.
Right. That's great feedback. Thank you all for that educational. So we'll take that back. Yeah, we did have a lot of that sort of built into the East Side project, and this project I also failed to mention, we're at 60% design, so it's not final yet. Obviously, we're at preliminary stage here. So definitely opportunity to take that back and discuss with our agency partners and see what we can do about it. And this is, I also wanted to highlight Todd Triangle here on the bottom left of this corner of this picture here is a much bigger, it's Red Hook Park, a much bigger park for the community that includes ball fields and all hosts of different amenities. So that's not really being impacted by a project, and Parks Department has multiple upgrades for that area. So this is just a small piece of a bigger green space part in that particular corner of the neighborhood.
Okay.
I really think you did a lot with, even though it's 50 million, it's a lot of money. I think that you're doing a lot with a little bit, because I know it's very expensive to do this work.
Yes.
And you're 100, but you're spreading it out. And I think this community is, you know, really getting a lot bang for that. So I was, the only thing was the basket weave, and I was wondering if you're also considering the depth of it when you're changing the height, you know, because is it going to look like the big thing sunk? Is that what you want? Or I mean, it's one little piece, but
So
it's just something to think about, you know,
sure, and we have a little bit, but we definitely will.
the scale of it,
Yeah, so the basket weave on Esker has 3 different
thicknesses,
lengths to it,
depths, and
yes,
yeah.
right, depending if you're in front of it, biking, walking, or
Right.
So we've adopted more of the pedestrian scale basket weaving for the purpose of this wall,
Mhm.
because it's mostly at the back of sidewalks, so it's mostly reflective of pedestrian walk.
Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm fine.
Great.
Yeah, great.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks very much.
advance of that. All right, super.
Okay, our last committee meeting item is the conceptual review of the Mary Callie Dalton Recreation Center, 6 Victoria Boulevard, adjacent to the Lions Pool in Staten Island. No public testimony or vote on the project today. We can start, but we would like to have an introduction of your team.
Absolutely.
Of yourself first, of course, and then your team. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joe Tony, design principal with Icon 5 Architects. With me is my partner, Arvin Tiku, managing principal of Icon 5 Architects, Sean Thornton from Kokalakis, part of the DB team, and Cleveland Adams from the DDC. Is that not working? Okay.
As well as non.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes. Kathleen. Okay, so thank you all for taking the time to review our submission, and thank you for giving us this opportunity. And I'll try to be very, very quick because I know you've had a long, hot day. This is the Mary Callie Dalton Recreation Center in Tompkinsville, Staten Island. It's a 47,000 gross square foot community recreation center for New York parks that replaces the Cromwell Recreation Center that was destroyed during Hurricane Sandy. There we go. The site offers tremendous opportunities, but also significant constraints as it's located in the northeast corner of Staten Island overlooking New York Harbor. The site is along the Tompkinsville waterfront that connects St. George Ferry Terminal to the north with the Stapleton waterfront to the south. The site is directly adjacent to the city landmarked Lions Pool complex and has access to nearby public transit. The site is physically defined by and constrained by the Staten Island Railroad to the west, the Hannah Street overpass to the south, the Lions Pool complex to the north, and a narrow entry, the only place to enter the site on the east where Murray, Holbert, and Hannah Street meet. So these physical barriers have established for us a 6-foot setback from all of the adjacent properties. There are a series of context photos that I'm clicking through very quickly, and we could come back as a reference if we need to do that. I know you all have seen these. But the one thing that I do want to talk about, at least most important to our concept approach, and that is understanding a little bit about the cultural history of Tompkinsville. Tompkinsville was originally known by Native peoples and the early settlers traveling in and out of New York Harbor as the watering place. It was the first and last stop traveling in and out of the harbor for fresh water. So it was a place of refreshment, a place of restoration, a place of rejuvenation. So inspired by that kind of cultural connection, we began to imagine the Dalton Recreation Center as this garden of wellness, or a place for the total body, mind, and spirit refreshment and restoration, where the building, the landscape, and the resiliency and the sustainability approaches would be synthesized into a civic solution that promotes wellness and achieves a LEED Gold certification. Now, New York parks, yes. Yes, yeah. You're not sharing that with anybody right now?
DEP is managing the design and construction. Parks will be. Yes.
Yes. Understood.
Having said that.
Access to the harbor is both an asset and liability. From the site, you can see the harbor, like in some of those photos I quickly went through, but we happen to also be situated in a flood zone. A portion of the east end of the site is not buildable. We cannot build there. And the remainder of the site requires the occupied floors to be built above the flood zone elevation, which means the building's first floor has to be set a minimum of 7 feet above the highest grade. Actually, our building is set 13 feet 6 inches above that grade because we need to permit the Department of Transportation access under the building to get to the underside of the Hannah Street overpass for maintenance and service. On the ground level, in that area that is not buildable, we're building or suggesting to build a community welcome garden set at the entrance to the site on that portion that's not buildable. Moving forward, our intention is to develop this community welcome garden on the east end as some kind of a raised table or raised plaza that will, with textures and materials and landscape, that will allow for the safe sharing of this singular entry point by vehicles, by pedestrians, by bicyclists. We also intend to use any of this landscape at this welcome garden, including the north side landscape verge as a bioswale to mitigate our stormwater requirements. The landscape and plantings and the hardscape here will be studied in context with what's being planned across the street on the Tompkinsville Esplanade, so that the Dalton Lions complex can be seen and understood as a civic destination along that future waterfront greenway. The remainder of the site on the ground floor is parking for 29 cars, including 4 electric vehicles. The only other piece on grade that's building is the entrance lobby, which is mostly glazed and can be seen approaching the building from the welcome garden. When you see inside, and we have some rendering that there's a grand stair that invites you up to the first floor, which is the main floor of the building. And the first floor houses the largest, volumetrically the largest program spaces for the double height gymnasiums, the restrooms, showers, lockers, the first floor lobby, and staff offices. The staff offices and its adjacent welcome sign-in desk are located at the top of the stair and across from the elevators, so that as patrons come up, they see the welcome desk and the staff person can see them coming in. The patron, when they arrive at the top of the stairs, looks northeast through that large glass wall over the corner of the Lions pool complex to New York Harbor. So they get a pretty panoramic view of New York Harbor and lower Manhattan, which you can see from this site.
Yes, sounds nice.
Because of the double height volume of the gym, that gives us an opportunity to create a mechanical mezzanine. So what that means is we place the mechanical and electric rooms above the lockers and lockers and shower areas, which allows us to place most of the mechanical equipment inside the building. So it won't be on the roof. There is a small area where there is some mechanical on the roof. I'll show you that in a minute. And then the second floor is fitness and multi-purpose rooms and a roof terrace whose function is in support of that total wellness. It's not just exercise space, but it's places for contemplation, spaces for yoga, spaces for after-school programs, all of that. And the north face that address on the north side of the building, the north face, including the after-school room, will be glazed. I know it's not shown as glazing on this plan. Will be glazed to overlook that roof terrace and then those beautiful views to the north and east. The team room, and I think this is a question one of you might have had. The team room back there will have an interior window that will take borrowed light from the south side. And then as the building steps up, the first floor, the mezzanine level to the second floor, those roof levels we're planning to have vegetated roofs to assist with our stormwater requirements, but also to allow there to be a green space around that roof terrace to help promote the idea of well-being. Yes. Yes, these are restrooms right here. There's a restroom here, and the after-school room has a restroom. Yes,
Okay.
there are.
But the little kids after school room is back there. That was the question we had. Why would that's way back there? How do people get there? Maybe just while you're on that floor.
Yes, so from the elevator and stair, you come back this way. Back here.
Okay.
So the teens in the after room are located back there, and
After
move-
school kids, these are like the younger kids.
yes, that's correct. This is a transverse section through the lobby, showing the two-story lobby space from grade level, the grand stair being up on the first floor. This is the section, transverse section through the gymnasium. So you can see how the fitness areas and the roof terrace are above the gym, and the gym is above the outdoor parking. That outdoor parking is secured with security fencing. And then this is the long section, all the way through the building going east-west. And it illustrates again the two-story lobby, the gymnasium, the mechanical mezzanine, that's that interstitial space between that two-story lobby, and parking beneath the gymnasium. Again, it's outdoor parking, but it is enclosed and secure. And it is not our intention, and I apologize for this, this looks like a depression here. It is not our intention to have a depression at the entrance. In fact, we're imagining it as a raised table that's landscaped, all universally accessible. There are no ramps, there are no stairs to get into the building, to come in from the sidewalk along Hannah and Murray Hulbert right into the lobby. This is a north massing elevation facing the Lions pool deck, and it illustrates our intention to have every occupiable space in the building have access to natural daylight and views. Even the gymnasium, which is right here, will have high clerestory windows that are operable to allow for natural ventilation between the north and south sides of the building. And then it also illustrates how the mass of the building steps back from the Lions pool deck, and as it steps back, those roof planes are vegetated. And it also illustrates that our intention is to plant on that north-facing side the security fencing in some fashion to screen the parking from the pool deck, to create a kind of green facade along there. This is the east elevation along Murray Hulbert Street. And then the south elevation facing Hannah Street. You can see the Hannah Street overpass, the building sitting right behind it. And the fenestration is much more controlled on the south side to help us with heat gain on this side of the building. And there is a door right here that exits onto Hannah Street. This is an emergency egress door. It is not a public entrance door, and it will be locked and screened down, but we need 3 ways off of that first floor. And then finally, the west elevation, the elevation that faces the Staten Island Railroad, where I mentioned there is a piece of the building that does have some outside mechanical equipment, and that would be back here along the railroad side, where we're taking away a portion of the second floor to make it outdoor space. And you could see that in the plan. Now, all of that comes together in sort of a formal composition that completes spatially the formally the Lions pool complex. It imagines, at least we imagine, that Lions and Dalton together is this civic destination along the future greenway of the Tompkinsville Esplanade. Dalton, as I mentioned before, steps back massing wise from the pool deck at each level, and where it steps back, it will be vegetated. It also allows for the visual connection in each of these levels, the first floor and the second floor, northeast back to the harbor in lower Manhattan. And finally, we're also planning on the second floor roof to have photovoltaics to assist with us achieving a net zero operation. This building is an all electric building. And then approaching Dalton at the entrance, the building curves to begin to embrace and form and make that community welcome garden at the front door. And its sort of soft corners and edges complement and reflect the details of the historic lines complex next to it. And you can see the first floor lobby is completely glazed. So you can see inside and see that sculptural stair up to the first floor. And then exiting that parking area, the lobby's on your right-hand side, the welcome garden, the community welcome garden, then out to the street. And by the way, all these plantings that you see are completely conceptual and artistic. That's not what we're suggesting. We're going to get there in our next iteration. And then the south side really is an early study, an early massing study of how the building steps down to that welcome garden on the intersection of Murray Hulbert and Hannah Street, and steps up volumetrically back to where the Staten Island Railroad is. We are exploring brick, terracotta, and concrete as the primary exterior materials to be used on this building. They are compatible with the neighborhood, certainly compatible with the Lions Pool Complex, and they perform extremely well in extreme marine conditions, which is what we have here. And then finally, this is a percent for art project, and we've identified locations around the building, both inside and outside, for civic art. There will be 2 artists for this project. Cultural Affairs has already started that process. The first artist has already been identified, and they're working through the second artist now. That should happen, I think, by early fall. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
So is it correct to assume that you're not really going back and forth between the pool and this new facility?
Yes, that is correct.
And will that always be independent, the pool area?
I believe that's exactly what Parks has
Has in
yes,
mind.
Independent. That's
Okay.
correct.
Great.
So everything we see that's white will be brick?
Everything that you see white will either be brick, terracotta, or concrete. Yes, we haven't.
Okay, so that's a big, yeah, like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, well, because of the plainness of all of this.
Well, yeah, I was surprised at the brick. I mean, I'm just gonna go right to it, so.
No,
Yeah,
good.
and then so that's one question, but well, that's going forward. You're gonna be
Yep,
studying that. obviously.
absolutely.
So you're just thinking about those materials. So the thing that this may seem weird, but the thing that I'm most concerned about, because I think the way you're opening it up and everything is really fantastic, but that parking area, which I think could be a great space that they could use for events, actually. I mean, you could have stuff going on down there. If they took the cars out once in a while, that's a cool space. So it could be, used by for something by this community centers, but I'm worried about the water flowing. So if we go to the section, that long section, and it would be interesting to see that section dotted on top of that other section, but
This one.
because I'm worried. I mean, I'm concerned maybe, and I obviously don't know it as well as you do, but that the water is going to get stuck there and it can't run out. So you've made a pool in there.
Well, I didn't explain this is grading toward the bay.
I understand, but it doesn't keep going down. It's right. It seems to be caught on the east side, on the east side, there.
This is completely open.
Isn't that higher than the floor of the parking lot?
This is elevation 12.
Yeah.
And this is elevation 10. And this is elevation 9.
So it's all going down.
It's going down, and whatever we would do to raise this we don't want to make a pool here.
Right.
Your point is correct.
I look at it and I keep thinking, we're holding on the water. It's gonna get all moldy and
No, the water's got to be naturally
it's gonna
sheeting
go.
toward the
It just
harbor.
needs to go out.
Yeah.
Because it's coming down the hill and everything. You notice how steep that is.
Yes, you're absolutely
It's
right.
very steep. Okay. Okay, cool. And then just, you're planning this whole building, but it seems like that kids after school space in the back corner there is like a really long way for people to go find their kids. And then I understand people want to come in like, oh, they're greeted, but then the offices for the staff are in this front room, like with their backs to the view, and nobody else gets to view that because there's no outdoor space out there. And I mean, I know you have the whole curving north side, but that point, the nose is private.
You're correct. However, I will say, and the view this way, especially when you look at it with the Tompkinsville Esplanade,
Yeah.
this piece of it from here over is not landscaped.
Uh-huh.
It's all paving because there has to be vehicle access
But
to
you
the
don't see
piers.
over to the water?
No, you do, of course
Yeah,
you do.
I
You will
mean-
see across that to the water.
Right.
But the most spectacular panoramic views are really here.
Uh-huh.
So I don't think in my estimation, we're not taking that away from the patron. The patron's still
Because it
gonna
looked
be
a
getting.
little tail wagging the dog there with the.
Under-
staff,
understood.
Stop, that's, you know.
No,
I
it's a
don't know.
good
And then-
point.
And then I'm just concerned about the kids being way in the back corner there and that long corridor. And I know they've got the outdoor space on the north, I guess, right? Where their parents can find them or something. Just being the mother.
I
twins,
think Nan wants to answer this, so I don't
Okay,
mess
yeah,
it up.
maybe a-
So I don't mess it up. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nan Zhang. I'm with Parks.
Hi.
And just to reiterate Joe's point, the area right in front where the staff offices would be, directly across Murray Hulbert Avenue, there is a heavily industrial marine and facility called Miller's Launch. So there's a lot of heavy barge traffic. So it's not really, I mean,
I mean, I like
there are
looking at
water
that, but you
views.
tell me that doesn't look good. I
Um,
don't know. I haven't stood there, you know, so
Yeah.
you would have to show us, I guess.
And then, so it is a little bit further to the north and to the south where those great views of
Because the pool's not
harbor
gonna look that
would
great
be.
in the winter.
Yeah. And then the children's programming, we do need to also, because we are gearing this to after school children and smaller kids, we have to follow Department of Health school age childcare requirement guidelines, which require us to separate the youth spaces from any public adult spaces. So that is why there is that very
just seems kinda
distinct
sad back there.
separation. Yeah.
There's a little bit of tree process there also, right? So it's not like we're going to.
Well, there's space between the train tracks and the outdoor roof.
But you've got the mechanical
Yeah,
equipment.
you have the
in that
mechanical
corridor.
equipment. That's a solid wall,
Right.
acoustically separated from the rest of the building. But you know,
Daylight in there.
this will all be naturally daylit, absolutely. And that room will have, actually, even as we're talking, the configuration of this has been more generous to this room that you'll see in the next iteration.
Anyway, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you. Presentation. No more.
Wanted to also ask whether consideration for like parents waiting rooms on the exterior, if there's something that, if there were any consideration for like waiting rooms for parents, for pickup, for any of the education areas, like, is that something that we'll see in the future or have been thought about in terms of the building or right outside of the building, whatever is public?
Currently, you would wait in the lobby. If you were inside the building, you would wait in the lobby, probably up one level, because I think Parks really doesn't want to have people loitering or hanging around the lower level. So if there was any benches or any place to wait, that's likely to be on the first floor lobby. In terms of like you're waiting in your car, that's a little more tricky and difficult because when you pull in, you have to pull in and turn around and come back out here. So there's enough space for like 3 cars to do that easily out here. So I think that's probably how that would happen. And there are also going to be benches outside. I mean, there are I think it was on the floor plan, not on this. There you go. We are suggesting that we have seating outside in that garden area for waiting.
Can we go back to the second floor plan? With the-
29 parking spots. To the second floor, yes.
Yeah, I'm just following up on Lori's question and the answer. I'm still a bit confused about that. I, like her, was wondering, like, if you come up in the lobby, if I'm understanding that correctly, you have to walk by the cardio room. the strength room and the dance room till you get to your teen or your child in the after-school room. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So if the goal is to separate adult uses from children uses, wouldn't it make more sense to have flip the program so that the after school and teen uses were near the lobby and so they wouldn't have to walk by all the adults to get to where they were going?
Nan, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, well, one thing is, the after-school children's programming is at only certain periods during the school year or during the day. The other programs would be run year-round, ideally, and the goal usually is, what our rec centers normally do. They'll bring the children out as a group for pickup or drop off, so they are escorted throughout that space.
Okay, thank you. I'm just thinking, like also as a mother, like you would want to be able to just have your kid go straight up and enter that room. But I understand that they'll be escorted.
Is there anybody else? Phil had to leave, so. Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your presentation, and the meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. You have the drawings.